morning. Give me 1 second, please. Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. This is Best Buy live trading. Today is July 30th, 2025. We're live again from Princeton, New Jersey. What we will do on this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using cyclical analysis, time confirmation, fundamental analysis, technical analysis, and more. Today is FOMC, decision rate cut day. GDP data came out good at 8:30 a.m. It says S&P futures are a little changed as traders digest strong GDP report awaiting Fed decision at 2:30 today. U.S. economic report for today at 2 p.m. FOMC interest rate decision, and 2:30 Federal Chair Powell is speaking at the press conference. It is very important to mark the previous day 9:30 open as well as the 4 p.m. close from yesterday on QQQ and SPY. Good morning, everybody. A quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your financial situations. I am not a financial advisor and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for entertainment and educational purposes only. Time is 9:29 on the board. The market is opening in 29 seconds. Guys, today, let me know if this works, okay?
Goods being sold at retailers today.
We're going to be watching the
imported several
FOMC
months
decision
ago
rate cut
before
live
tariffs.
at 2:30 while we're trading, okay? I'm a little bit in the corner. So 2:32, very important for the day. Good morning. QQQ is at POC and EMA. All the EMAs. Let's say 9:30 open. Bears are pushing right at start. Half a candle forming. Previous day 4 p.m. close. Gap fill is a possibility coming. Looking like going for gap fill. Bears are trying. Time is 9:30. 30 seconds. Let's see if the candles stack and we get a consecutive candle for 2-3 minutes. At the end of the day, this could be trapped in 30 seconds, so we'll see. We are hovering right above yesterday's previous day, 4 p.m. close at 6:30, 5.27. Consecutive candle is coming. QQQ trapping right off of 931. SPY going into 931. Let's go look at SPX. SPX 5-minute candle has gapped up open, but is pushing down, trying to gap fill right below QQQ. The 1-minute candle is holding at 931. So the bulls are coming in on 931. Let's see. They are battling for the gap fill. This could trap already, or this could go. You don't really want the candles to go away from the EMAs fast. If they do, they will come back to the 28 EMA at some point or another. Test QQQ looking like going into 933. No, 931 bounce, right? 931 bounce, still standing on SPY and QQQ. So this is the HOD and this is the LOD. Morning cycle, super tight and very, very aggressive. Bears are coming in on QQQ, trying, right? Time is 9:32. So maybe into 9:33 we got to push down. I'm gonna go in for one candle SPY right now. I'm gonna leave within one candle into 9:33. Time is 9:33. Not gap filling on SPY and trap trying off of 9:33. Let's see. 9:33. QQQ went lower into 9:33. So SPY trying. Time is 9:35. Sorry. If this breaks this top, I'm leaving. Could easily. Just because QQQ gap fill does not mean SPY has to right now. Time is 9:35. Bounce trying. I'm leaving. It's bear trap trying off of the gap fill and SPY, right? Yeah. So it's only good if you went in on 9:30, but going chasing itself is bad. SPY, it did that on QQQ. This is 9:35. So this is a bounce trying off of 9:32 on SPY. 9:32 as well on QQQ. So this could break the roof, or it could reject off the roof and come back down, but still, that's more than one cycle. If you get trapped in the morning cycle, you're never coming back. So we'll just see what happens. Time is 9:35. At VWAP, at POC, above. And this is literally a floor hope, technically speaking, because there's a gap below. And people are thinking we go into 9:33, they trapped off 9:35, so time is 9:35, and they're hovering at the roof on QQQ, hovering in the midpoint on SPY. QQQ gapping up, trying breaking the roof. The wind direction is north now, showing on QQQ. Small time showing on QQQ, so there's a divergence now. Time is 9:30 low into 9:35 looking like. Time is 9:35 itself, so that's what's going on. Time is 9:35. So what if QQQ runs right? SPY is gonna go back up a little bit or go up and break HOD try. So not a good hold on these puts if you are in LOD, HOD. Morning, it changes super fast. I'm telling you, it changes super fast. Like, what if they just show you bearishness, right? Show you south side, and then literally the wind is north now, so just dangerous. We do not know when this is gonna stop going north on QQQ. Or QQQ is saying let's go north. Maybe into 940 itself too. We'll see what happens. It's a divergence on SPY and QQQ. SPY is trying for the roof to clear it into 940. MACD is not that good bearish, not that good bullish, just like yesterday. QQQ is slightly better bullish. But there's a gap here. There's a 1 minute gap at 568.15. So probably gap filling. If it doesn't gap fill now, it's going to gap fill today. So there's a gap there for a reason. We could just break it, hover it, bear trap on it, and then we'll do it later. But time is 9:40. Time is 9:40. So 9:35 rejection into 9:40 trying, tiny bit. This is 9:40. This is also, see this is mixed, because somewhere here to this It's 9:32, so you can't call that 9:35. It's like 9:30 and 9:30 at the same time. They're hovering on the QQQ gap, right? Time is 9:40. So let's just see what happens in the next 4 or 5 minutes. They could leave this and burn people on it. All they need is strength. Looks like the HOD broke into 940 itself. Okay, so the wind is now showing north on SPY and QQQ together. There is a divergence, but by 5 minutes. Okay, they're both showing north now. There's a divergence on the roof. Wind was south from 9:30 to 9:30, like pre-market, to 9:32, 9:30, and then it was north, from 9:30 to 9:35, and now the time is 9:40. Wind is south or neutral. The arrows are showing, right, and the QQQ is gap filling right now. So this is a QQQ gap fill at time is 9:40. It's a 9:35 rejection into 9:40. This is a 9:40 rejection at 9:37. Into 9:45 possibly. Let's see. There's a difference between QQQ and SPY. You could see it. You could literally see it. 9:35, right? 9:40. 9:35 went higher into 9:40. Break the HOD, make people bullish, and then 9:40 itself rejects with QQQ into 9:40 from 9:35 on QQQ. We're at the midpoint now. This is mixed, but the wind direction is telling us it's north, right? So let's see if they break the pivot point north for now or not. This is literally at the midpoint. 5-minute candle is just doji candle. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Or maybe long, gap fill, pull back, and now that we pulled back, just the MACD and volume has to really help. Let's go look at some names. Meta. He's testing the floor. That's not good. Somebody watch Meta. Meta could go a little bit lower. Good morning, everybody. 83 people here. If you guys can all hit the like button, thank you very much for the algo, so that more people could join in before the rate cut decision cut until 2 p.m. Time is 9:40. There's a bounce on 9:40 at 9:38, and SPY is deciding what to do at 9:40 itself after it rejected at 9:37, signifying 9:40. So at 9:40, we're going to either bounce or drop into 9:45. The MACD is saying a little weak on SPY, but QQQ is going into. This is 9:40 bounce. So 9:40 bounce is up here and trying for the roof. QQQ looking strong like yesterday again, from like 9 to 9:40, right? And maybe QQQ is okay. If QQQ does this, like, I could see a good long on QQQ, but like going long on SPY based on that might be dangerous. Hoping for the roof. Yeah, QQQ is at the roof. Time is 9:40 itself up here. So 9:40 bounce at 9:38. Time is 9:40. Is deciding what to do up here. QQQ and SPY is down here at 9:40, deciding what to do into 9:45. The divergence on the roof by 5 minutes. We might not get like major plays until FOMC, to be honest. We are rejecting off the roof at 9:40, right, on QQQ. The MACD is bullish, but we are rejecting from the roof. SPY rejecting. QQQ rejecting from the roof. I'll take a risk on QQQ right now. $900, tiny bit. It's a 940 rejection into 945 trying. This is a 940 rejection into 945 coming. Looking like this is the 945 candle. The candle made a low on SPY. QQQ did not. And pulling back to go long. And did not make a low into 943. There's some smaller cycles going on. This is a 940 bounce now. 940 rejection, 940 bounce. 940 rejection, 940 bounce, and 945 is being extended. This could be a bear trap. Looking like it now above POC. That is strong. That is strong. Looking like roof break coming, to be honest. Yeah, I'm gonna leave. Or maybe I'll hold for 5-10 minutes. I don't know. The roof break looks like it's coming, but honestly, this shit could do the roof break, or I don't know. To come back down, there's lesser risk. I mean, lesser chance. But I really was expecting 943 and then some sort of a bounce at 945. But it's a smaller cycles happening. Smaller cycles. Using this time cycle and pivot points to trap, looks like, in a different way. Roof break is coming. I'm leaving. Yep. 945. Wind direction is still north on QQQ. This is basically a 940 bounce at 942 into 945. Not go lower into 943. Roof is breaking on QQQ and SPY together now. That trap. And now the 5-minute coming in bullish into 945 from 940. But yeah, either you could have looked at it my way, or you just literally just go on the pivot point saying the wind is north. But it is a trap. Bear trap into now. $9.46, we're getting a peak, so $9.45 HOD for now. It's not moving that much on SPY, but still, that's about $1 from 9:30 into 9:45, 15 minutes. $9.45 rejection is coming, but still this is one cycle, no confirmation, shorting. What happened here was they were showing a one cycle short from 9:35 into 9:40, right? And then they bounced it at 9:40. So technically I was thinking 9:40 bounce and then 9:40 rejection into 9:45. So they're basically using the confirmation shorters to go higher as well in QQQ. Confirmation shorters from 9:35 into 9:40. And then people thought from 9:40 it hovered here and then decided to go lower into 9:45. they use that to go north because the wind is north showing on the pivot points. And 6 cycle analysis. Time is 9:50 itself. 9:45 pullback to go higher, maybe in one candle into 9:50. Trying on SPY. Failed on. Holy crap. Okay. Yeah. So that is 9:50. That is so sad. And this is, yeah, this could be a bull trap or a bear trap. Well, let's just see what happens. Time is 9:50 itself. That was a huge rejection from 9:45 into 9:50, right? The cycles are super fast. 9:45 into 9:50. The wind is north, yes, but they're trapping people. Because if you look at it, we didn't even break the low of the low candle that we were at. So technically speaking, we're at the midpoint right now, right, of this northbound cycle. From 9:30 to 9:45, we're at the midpoint. 9:30 to 9:30 to 9:45, we're at the midpoint. So the MACD was super bullish into 9:45, and then it pulled it back out of nowhere in 5 minutes. Pulled it back out of nowhere. Kinda chopping in the morning, as of right now. What moving averages do I use? Yeah, 20, 50, 100, and 200. But mentally, I'm looking at 20 and in between the 20 and 50 to find the 2080 EMA. This is mixed. Even though the wind is showing that it's north, right? Using the cycle time confirmation, we are in between the EMAs, so a little bit mixed. SPY is trying to reject off at 950, but we'll see. We'll just see what happens into 955 and 10. Looks like there's a bull trap coming on SPY. Looks like there's a bull trap, right? Yep. I'm going for 1K now. For 1 minute. This could be a trap too. I'm just saying, like, morning cycles are super fast. 9:45 into 9:50 itself. Time is 9:50, so we could literally trap right here. Trap trying off the huge candle. Let's see. Now there's a lot of bulls involved. There's a lot of bears involved. Okay, let's fucking go. I'm gonna leave. I'm out. I'm out already. 1 minute trade. Time is 9:50. Let's just see what happens. Now that is 9:50. From 9:50 into 9:55. 9:55. 9:50 bounce is trying, right? Technically speaking. The candle needs to close. We just got a big drag down and a kind of pull back up. So let's see if this holds at 9:51 into 9:53. QQQ. QQQ looking a little weak. Could drop. We could drop, but just because the candles look like that doesn't mean we're going to continuously go, right? So let's just see what happens. This is so fast. If this low breaks into 950 and we go lower into 951, 952, that means it's 950. But if we go lower into 953, that means it's 955. So all I'm saying is just watch the time, watch the cycle, watch the MACD, watch the environment. Let's go look at some big names real quick. Know what's going on. Meta, big flag. Google, man, Tesla, Apple. Today is Meta earnings. Nvidia. Okay, they're going lower. It looks like they're going lower into 952 itself. 950. This is still 950. This is still 950. QQQ is going down from the roof. They're about to break the floor, it looks like. Time is 950 still. This was a bull trap. Small time. Just like yesterday. They ran into 940. They ran into 945 today. Small time. QQQ is at the midpoint. SPY did not break the floor. This is a 950 bounce still at 952. This is a 950 bounce for now. At 952, 950 bounce is trying. Let's see. I would honestly say safe exit, right? This is best safe exit. One cycle, max profit. If in. We do not know if this is going to go bounce. We don't know, right? The cycle is telling us it's still north. The MACD is coming in bearish, right? The candles are coming in bearish. However, the floor did not break. Until the floor breaks, it did not break. So it's not going to break until it breaks, right? So that's hoping until it happens. If you're in, right, you would want to leave, honestly, into a big ass red candle. A big ass red candle. If you were in long, right, if you went long here, boom, boom, right, I would have left in the second big candle, because in my mind, that's a big ass candle, right? In the third one, you get more profit. In the fourth one, you get more profit. I would leave because it's a big, big candle. Technically, in the speaking, in the terms of morning cycle, right, you see pump, pump, or you see drop, drop. Why would you not take it? Because the morning cycles are super fast. We just went down from 5 minutes, went up for 5 minutes, reverted, I mean not reverted, but pulled back, tried for 5 minutes, and then bounced back up for 5 minutes, right? Rejected hard for 5 minutes. Time is 9:55, so everything's happening fast in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You just gotta be able to take your profit when it comes, as soon as it comes. 9:55. We have 107 people here. If you guys can all hit the like button, so we can get the algos going, so that more people can join into 2 p.m. Thank you very much. What we are going to do today is live stream the FOMC press conference like this,
so we're beginning
when
to see some
Mr. Jerome
effects
Powell comes out today at 2 p.m. so that we could see what he is saying and also compare the charts live and deduct while we are doing it. Okay, time is 9:55. Dark Room said Microsoft earnings as well after close. Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of important stocks coming out for earnings today. I wanted to pull up the earnings calendar, but yeah, I knew that there was Meta and then some other big thing, but I didn't know it was Microsoft. It's pretty big. The zero DTEs might not be the play until Mr. Jerome Powell comes out. Honestly, for setup's sake, you know, maybe let them go somewhere and then we see the setup and we get like a Friday long or a Friday put. No, I'm kidding. And then sell into Jerome Powell because of the setup. But yeah, it is a possibility. There's a bounce coming off of 950 into 955, technically speaking here. Small or not, this is a 950 bounce at 952 into 955 itself. So bounce is sticking. Small time, because the MACD is not killed off completely, right? But it is off the floor. It's basically trapping the floor hopers, but it's slow and it's weak. So maybe it's showing us slow and weak on purpose, or you know, maybe we'll find out with time and cycle. Time is 9:56, so in 1 minute is 10 a.m. 10 a.m. QQQ trying to flash down with this candle, but until the low of the 952 candle breaks, right, all these puts are going to be, in my opinion, in danger. This is what I call at risk. QQQ is trying for the 952 floor. Let's just see what happens. This is a 955 rejection trying at best, right? 955 rejection trying on QQQ. SPY trying. Maybe this is the bounce to short into 10. We'll see. This QQQ is saying yes. In 3 seconds, if this candle closes and the candle is below this shit, it's 10 a.m. But it could not. Okay, this is 10 a.m. This is bearish. A little bit bearish on QQQ. SPY trapping into 10. So just because QQQ goes lower into 10, right, does not mean SPY has to. There could be a difference from 950 to 955 or 10, and then they trap those people to POC or something. That's a possibility. So expect and just know. what could happen and what they are doing and why they are doing that and why they're showing you that. Okay, time is 10 a.m. and SPY is trying to bounce into 10. So this is a trap trying. And what we literally just talked about is literally happening. But yeah, we said 955 bounce is coming, right? Or bounce is sticking, and then literally they show that, and QQQ shows that we're going lower, and then I'm literally talking about, yeah, they may get low, they may go lower, and the candles are showing us 10 a.m. we go lower into, but like, you know, by using this difference from 955 into 10, we could blah 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 blah, and that's, yeah, just a deduction. Right? I'm not saying that was, oh, guaranteed, oh, I knew that was gonna happen. I'm just saying that was a deduction. The floor never broke, so it's holding. SPY, because of that, looked okay or strong. QQQ was the one that was tricking into POC. Barcoding here at the gap fill from earlier. I'm not gonna lie, someone in our group at 9:44 said the wind is north, right? And then I literally left at 9:44. I hope you know that's a logical thing to do. I hope you understand that that's literally like what you have to do, because like, are you gonna sit there at 9:44 and hope that the wind is not north and like hold on to your puts? You know what I mean? They could not have done that at 9:45. They could have done that at 9:50, 10, 2, like that could have killed that. You know what I mean? But the thing is, it's just like, yeah. I kind of thought this was fake. I kind of thought that if I hold for 5-10 minutes, I would be fine, but like that is a risk itself too, because literally, if this is the real direction, right? They're confirming to go lower, but they're faking out with the fake move or whatever it is. They want to extend the cycle, because this is an extended cycle or fake cycle. In my eyes, they do that for 5, 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and then the real direction comes, and then, you know, the bounce, whatever it is. But that's, yeah, kind of how you could see it too, if that makes sense. Because this was supposed to 940 confirm into 950, right? Yeah, it was supposed to confirm into 945. It was supposed to confirm from 940 into 945, but they bounced it into 945, and then after the 945, they pushed it down. The real direction came into 950. So I'm telling you, the real direction from 940 to 945 was south. I don't know about right now, but I'm saying like earlier. Yeah, they were just faking. It's dangerous though. We have a gap below. We have a gap below, but they're trapping people on the floor, right? Then we have a lot of bulls at the top too now. So they're making people hard. They're making people have a hard time going for the gap fill. They're making people have a hard time going for a fly. Because once it looks super bullish, they pulled it back, right? So seriously chopping. You could see this as chopping for now, technically speaking. Time is 10 a.m. This is a 10 a.m. bounce, right? 9:55 bounce, right, into 10, and then 10 a.m. rejection, trying into 10:05. This is a 10 a.m. bounce, 10 a.m. rejection, trying into 10:05. The wind is south, looks like trying on QQQ. I'm not gonna keep saying trying, but like I'm literally saying this cycle itself, 10 to 10:05. QQQ is doing that, but SPY is holding the floor. So, I mean, you could say the wind is still north, technically speaking, while all this shit is holding. Sorry for my language, but you could also build or draw a technical line here in case something that happens with it. But QQQ is literally trying to show people that, right? Time is 10, not 10:05. And yeah, they're just trapping people on the floor, near the floor. So it's very hard to go long, right? Very hard to go short. Because how do you hold on for more than a minute or two if this is gonna happen? They go down, and then big green is barcoding. Barcoding up and down, barcoding up and down. And then a big candle comes green or red, big candle comes green or red, but they're barcoding. Good morning, Tanya. For people that just joined, welcome, welcome. What we're gonna do today at 2 p.m., 2:30 p.m. is look at the FOMC press conference like this in the corner while we are trading. Hopefully, people can hear me and Mr. Jerome Powell, Federal Reserve Chair. Yo, this is a little bit south, but I don't wanna go. It's in a trend. It's in a wedge. Time is 10:02, so we need a continuation candle in the next 10 seconds into 10:03 itself. If not, this is still in the wedge. Small time wedge. SPY is waking up slowly. The MACD is turning bearish. Time is 10:05. And they're going lower. Looks like small. I don't know. Time is 10:05. But they show that we're going south. That does not mean go south. Time is 10:05, 10:03. Barcode candle coming. Absolutely wild. Communist candle coming down southward. Inverted communist candle dragging down. Let's see. Why it's closing like this. Technically bouncing in the trend line wedge. We are technically still bullish on QQQ and SPY. Technically speaking, we're still bullish because we're above everything on 930 level. Not above the EMAs, but still. Yeah, they're showing bearish, you know what I mean? But like, I don't know, it could mean both. Trend line is breaking down into 10:05. Let's just see what happens. Small cycle. You see this 950 to 955, right? 955 rejection, and then bounce at 955 or bounce at 10 into 10 itself. So the cycles are super fast. People just have to catch it on. Or bounce at 956. So I got 955 bounce into 10, and then 10 a.m. rejection into 10:05, and 10:05 bounce shrine, technically speaking. QQQ is now below where we opened, and SPY is like a little bit below where we opened. But yeah, this is it's going up and down, up and down, going down, going up, going down, going down, going up, going down. And we are in a wedge. We are in a barcode. We're not going anywhere. I actually jinxed it. I said we're not going anywhere. Yeah. Someone said pennant on Tesla. I saw that wedge earlier, so maybe they are following this little. I don't know. It's inverted though. 930 peak. SPY dipped into that. Interesting. Time is 10:05. So this is a 10:05 bounce from 10:03 for 3 minutes, right? 10:05 bounce at 10:04. 10:05 bounce at 10:03. But time is 10:05, and people literally that have puts right now are at 10:05, and they're like, "Wow, I'm a little bit late because why? It's 3 minutes past it, or 3 minutes before it happened." Like, you get what I'm saying? The cycle literally says that this is a 10:05 bounce, but at 10:05 we're already up here. It already bounced 2 minutes ago. 1 minute ago. That's fine. So now that we are here at 10:05, let's see what 10:05 would do. Into 10:10. Continue the bounce that we have from 10:05 into 10:10. Reject from 10:05 into 10:10. We'll see. This is still 10:05. This green candle coming in green like this at 10:06 is still 10:05. Now that time is 10:07. This is 10:10. Okay. Now the market is deciding what to do into 10. It's going higher into 10:10. Looks like trying, right? But what if they show green and then they reject that 1007? That's a 10-10 rejection. So we need to see if this candle is consecutive. This candle needs to hold and close, basically, is what I'm saying. If this candle holds and closes green, then we have a case into 10-10 itself, right? Looking like the MACD, volume coming in bullish. In 20 seconds, this candle closes. But look at that. Look at that rejection at 1007, right? This is a 10-10 rejection showing, technically speaking. QQQ is still going. Two seconds, this candle closes. We'll see. Look at that 1007, huge green candle. And they're deciding what to do into 1010 still at 1007. If this high breaks, then 1008, 1009, 1010 is higher. So 1010 itself is going to be higher. But QQQ is running into 1008. So there's no rejection at 1007 on QQQ. SPY. Look, QQQ is nice and strong right now. Technically speaking, of this 5 minute cycle. I said in the WhatsApp group, 10-10 rejection showing small time on SPY at 1007, and then I said at 1007 QQQ trying to go north. Technically speaking, we don't know if it's gonna go north, but I'm just saying like QQQ looks like it's not doing this, right? SPY looks like it's doing this, so I'm just saying. Time is 10:10. So 1007 peak for 1010 on SPY, 1008 peak for QQQ. For now, 1010 rejection coming. Real or not, we don't know. Small, fake, or real coming. This is still basically no shorting, because one cycle, no confirmation, shorting, right? One cycle, no confirmation, shorting. Unless you're looking at the bigger picture and you're saying this is the confirmation to short. Unless you're looking at the bigger picture. Jesus. I said unless you're going off the bigger picture, right? But like, I'm not trading this right now. Why? Because I think we're in a wedge. We'll see. We are in a wedge, technically speaking. We're creating a wedge right now. We are creating a wedge. Okay. This is a 10-10 rejection into time is 10-10, right? I literally called out a 10-10 rejection into time is 10-10. But now that time is 10-10, it's deciding what to do from 10-10 into 10-15. Did we bounce at 10-15, right? And cut off the rejection that we started at 10-07, 10-10 into 10-10? Or do we continue the rejection from 10-10 into 10-15? We will only find out with time. We will only find out with cycle. And cyclical analysis and time confirmation analysis to make deductions off those logical existing facts. Not make shit up off of personal biases or whatever. Because that's not what big money is doing. Big money is deducting live 24/7. So 10-10 bounce trying on SPY at 10-11. 10-10 rejection into 10-10. 10-10 bounce trying. Small time. QQQ looks weak. But QQQ, you could do whatever. You could honestly do whatever. You're going lower. But just because QQQ looks like does not mean SPY is going to. Right? If QQQ goes and SPY goes, then that means they're both going. But just because QQQ goes and SPY doesn't, right, does not mean QQQ is going to and SPY will follow. Look at that. Look at that short though on QQQ. 5 minute short. Time is 10:12. Time is 10:12. So this is still 10:10. 10:10 is still deciding what to do. They haven't really decided to go lower or higher that much on SPY. QQQ decided to go lower into 10:10 from 10:08, right? 10:10 into 10:12. So 10:10 still. SPY is in a wedge. This faking out, coming back is not good, right? Faking out, coming back, not good. This is the reason why I'm not trading right now. Just watching. It's wedge chop fest. Let them go and then retest and then whatever. And now bullish coming on SPY. Alright. After showing bearishness. So this is a 10:10 bounce into 10:15 technically speaking here. Cycles are getting faster. But it's showing one way and then they bounce it in that smaller cycle because they want to confuse people until the real move comes. SPY is literally almost back at the midpoint or above the midpoint. QQQ is at the midpoint. Sorry, SPY is a little bit above the midpoint. QQQ is going to the midpoint. It's interesting. Unbelievable. Oh, we're literally chopping here like this. Can't go up, can't go south. Guys, I'm gonna get a cup of water. I'll be back in a sec. Alrighty, got my delicious Sunny D right here. Time is 10:15 and we are right at the midpoint of everyone. And we are just patiently waiting. SPY is trying to break out of the wedge. Alright, technical traders are coming in on SPY. This is bullish. It's killing these people that went in on the floor. It's killing these people that went in on the floor. Off of 950, off of 10.05 for now. There's a big difference though. This is bullish, for sure. Off that one candle. But that's literally a 1 minute play. That is a 1 minute play. A small cycle trap people right here. 10:10 rejection into 10:15 showing, but they bounce it at 10:12. So that's 10:10 rejection. 10:10 bounce into 10:15. 10:10 bounce at 10:15 after the fake out breakdown, right? Fake down breakdown. Because when they broke down this, it looked completely bearish for some reason. It was like, what the hell? And then in literally 1 minute, it made it look neutral, and then in 1 minute, it made it look bullish. So that's crazy. That was crazy nice long. Real quick, but yeah. That was the setup. Building a little cup on SPY. QQQ, not yet. We are definitely getting people involved though. These people are trapped. These people are trapped. So what's gonna happen with this? Time is 10:20. slightly above VWAP. Can't really call the MACD anything other than the bearish MACD died, and it might turn bullish, but it hasn't yet. I mean, are we really gonna trap people here, or yeah, VWAP? QQQ breaking out of the wedge now. Time is 10:20. Now it does not look like, right, southbound or middle bound at all. Now that one candle is making everybody bullish. Time is 10:20. Time is 10:20. Wow. Looks like they're cooking everybody on the floor. Looks like they're cooking everybody. If the HOD doesn't do it, I mean, theta gonna do it by them staying up here. Crazy candle coming in into 10:20. Crazy candle coming into 10:20. The MACD is bullish now. The MACD is bullish now in the 5-minute. When I was showing before this, it was literally not there, and then it came. Look at that power into 10:20. And time is 10:20. We are hovering at the roof now, near the roof. So there's a possibility we break the roof, or it's another roof hope at the roof. QQQ is at the midpoint, above this little wedge trend line that it broke off above. It's floor hope, just like yesterday. Floor hope hurting just like yesterday. Time is 10:20. Man, that's a nice 5-minute ride too, since 10:15. HOD broke. So now everybody's gonna go into calls. And everybody that's in puts are gonna leave. Wind direction is north showing on SPY. Holy nuke. Holy nuke. Time is 10:20. Wow. MACD coming in. Building and building. No gap fill. Just going back to this pre-market wedge or pre-market trend line that we were in. Somewhere up here looks like. But we'll see if it really happens. But there is a possibility we go somewhere up there. That's crazy. That's a crazy trend line to draw, but I mean we've all seen it happen before. All right, some crazy stuff, but yeah, we'll see. Super bullish. What a candle. Going north. This is still 10:20. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes. Wind direction is north. Still. Wind direction is still north, but the divergence is there on the roof now. Since 10:10. This is since 10:10. So this is now 10:25. So 15 minutes. Can't even. 10:25. They're nuking this thing. Time is 10:25. QQQ at the roof, trying to break out. If we do, SPY is going to run a little bit more, but that is a parabolic move up. That is one parabolic move up into 10:25 itself from 10:10. So 15 minutes for now. 15 minutes at the minimum, right? That is insanity. Linsanity. Time is 10:25. Tiny rejection coming, but still this is one cycle. No confirmation. Shorting. This was technically a time-based confirmation to go long off of the technical trend line. Off of the bears being trapped on the floor. But it's okay. It ran away like a Polar Express. Ran away like a Polar Express, like a freight train. MACD is still bullish. Could expect to hover. Time is 10:30. In 10 seconds. Okay, this is a 10:25 rejection to 10:30, so a tiny pullback for now. And let's see what happens from 10:30 to 10:35, and then 10:35 to 10:40, or 10:35, 10:30, 10:35, and then 10:35 to 10:40, and then 10:45. Or bounce right now. We'll see. All I'm saying is cycle and time will be able to give us a better chance to deduct. The wind direction is still north showing. Are going bouncing off a 1027, 1030 trend. The only thing is QQQ is at the roof. SPY broke through the roof. So either we break through the roof together, or we pull back a little bit because this is a trap. Or we pull back later into the day. But everything's saying, everything is showing still north. $10.30 long coming, looking like it's trying. Fine. It could have been a 10.27 entry to leave into 10.28, 10. MACD is dying slowly, so go long right there isn't that great. This is 10.30. Going lower a little bit. I don't want to trade because I missed it by 30 seconds, but yeah, we'll see. I could see lower into like 10.30, 10.33 or something, 10.35, 10.37, but I don't want to go. I missed the ride up. It's okay. I'll miss the ride down. I'll wait for something more, a tiny bit more. Why? Because I'll wait for confirmations. This might have been the confirmation to short into 10.35, 10.30 itself. The cycle is very tight right now, right? This is 10.30. Cycle is super tight right now. QQQ is going lower like that. That's crazy. I told you that they might be hurting the HOD, right, on QQQ. They're pulling it back on SPY together, so this shit as well. The MACD coulda bounced at 1007 with 1010 and built back bullish, but it didn't. It's the only thing it did not. It did not at 1027. It just kept dying. 1028, 1029, 1030. So now this is a 1030 bounce trying. Let's see. It's a 1029, 1030 bounce trying, technically speaking. The cycles are super tight. They could confirm anything. This is a 1030 bounce at 1029. This is a 1030 bounce at 1029. A big candle coming. We're literally at that. Either the roof or the midpoint. This is why you don't want to short, because you don't know when this shit is happening. Wow. 1030 breaking. So they're saying one cycle confirmation trap. They're saying interesting. Is this a breakout setup or not? The candles are interesting. The MACD and volume. Is bullish on the 5-minute, so maybe squeezing up on the 5-minute candle. HOD broke into 1030. Well, maybe they are going up to the moon. QQQ 5-minute. This could sneakily build. This could sneakily build. Wow, they're going. Time is 10:32. They could not though. Like I don't know. It just looks like it could. QQQ broke the HOD into 1030. Divergence has cleared. There's no more divergence on the roof. Divergence cleared. Ten thirty. HOD divergence has cleared on the roof, and QQQ is rejecting off the roof. This is still no confirmation, no cycle confirmation, shorting. Even if they show big red candles. That's all I'm saying. Because the MACD and everything says still bullish on the 5-minute candle. The cycle says it's bullish, time confirmation says it's bullish. So until something changes, right? But I'm just pointing out facts. I'm just pointing out logical facts. The divergence is clear, the divergence is clear, blah 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 blah. Going higher every cycle still. So no confirmation, no cycle shorting. If somebody is going into puts, they're getting used right now, right? They're going higher for now. We don't know after 10:30, but I'm saying till 10:30 they did. Since 10:05, since 10:10, since 10:10, so 20 minutes at the minimum. And we said that at 10:25, so I was like 15 minutes minimum, right? And then we pulled back, and then in 5 minutes we did that. So for 20 minutes now at the minimum, cycle and time is showing us. Time is 10:35. 10:35 is deciding what to do off this rejection off of 10:30. 10:35 is deciding what to do off this rejection at 10:30 at 10:32 a.m. This is still one single cycle. Whatever they do here. QQQ is trying to show pullback to go long. SPY is showing a little bit lower into somewhere 10:35, and then bounce is possible again, like what happened from 10:25 to 10:30. Now SPY is trying a bounce, and QQQ is trying to go lower. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Just pay attention to the MACD and the volume. Time is 10:35. This is still 10:35. This is still 10:35. So if somebody went in at 10:30 using the divergence, like maybe it's best safe exit in one of these red candles, because we do not know how low it's gonna go until it bounces. It fails the bounce or bounces and then successfully bounces and breaks the roof, trap in, blah blah blah. Volume MACD. Bounce trend off of 10:35. So we'll see what happens at 10:40. Coming up in 20 seconds. $10.40 is here. Like anything could happen here, because the 5-minute MACD could literally be super bullish right now. which it is. So maybe they blow it up, maybe they channel it up here, but we are holding it up here for now. We're hovering up here. SPX 5-minute candle says we held the gap up, we trapped the people on the floor, and now we are hovering up here. 15-minute candle and like a little bit of a squeeze, so a little tiny W for now, no gap fill. Time is 10:40. I mean, some people are making the deduction to short right now with this, confirmation or whatever, but like the risk is crazy because the 5-minute MACD, like the risk is insane. To dump on these people up here will take a lot of money. Take crazy strength. The 5-minute MACD is like bullish, super. But we are at the roof. Time is confirming us to go south a little bit. Still, I'm not trading it. This is a confirmation for something though. Small time. Just the risk is crazy though. It could trap and then break the roof. The MACD volume is not really there, but it did kill off the bullish MACD since 10:25. But yet we went higher. I'm gonna do it. Yep. I'm doing it right now. 1K. I'm gonna leave within minutes, hopefully. The deduction could be wrong. This is smaller cycles. Time is 10:40, so 10:40 rejection, 10:40 bounce possibility is there. 2, run back up to the north. QQQ gapped up 1 minute. The wind direction is still north. Wind direction is still north. If this high breaks, and time confirmation says we're going higher. If this doesn't break and it holds and this low breaks, then it means we're going lower. So we'll find out. Support, resistance. Small cycle fighting for its life. Let's see. Tiny push down looks like coming into 10:45. Possibility. QQQ is bouncing, so this could be a fake out on bears to go higher too. We can only find out by waiting 1 more minute. closes in 30 seconds. QQQ is going higher. Either this shit's a bear trap, right, and we're gonna go up here, or it's a bull trap to go down a little bit into 1045. Candle closes in 15 seconds. 10. It's basically a breakdown fake out for now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is 10:45. Still a 10:40 bounce. QQQ 10:40 bounce into 10:45. It's literally at the middle. They don't know. They're deciding what to do. They're deciding what to do. I'm gonna have to leave by 10:50. I can't hold this for too long, whether it goes up or high, because confirmation says yes, but this is trash. Confirmation says it, but still, the candles are saying no shorting, no shorting, no shorting. I'm pretty sure my relief candle is this one, where it's coming right now though. Like my candle to run. Time is 10:45. I'm out soon. Let's see how this candle closes. Someone said Secretary Besant is talking. I'm gonna leave in 10 seconds, guys. Hopefully, we get a continuation candle into 10:45. Trash. Time is 10:45. That's not good. Man, maybe I should have left. I did not leave. That is dangerous now. We have a possibility to go back up here, break out now, fake out possibly too. But yeah, we're playing on this whatever this wedge is, this little, not wedge, but time is 10:45. Let's bounce at 10:45 into 10:50 trend. The MACD literally is nothing. The confirmation literally was to short here, but I mean they could delay it, go break HOD or something, or even delay here and then show the real move into real quick or not. But that could also be faked out too. QQQ on higher. 10:45. Looks like there was a QQQ gap down in the 1 minute and they gap filled it just now. QQQ gap filled. are at the roof on QQQ. We are at the roof on SPY. So when we are hovering near the roof, more chances than not, they do break off the roof. More chances than not. It's 1050. Candles are hovering at the top. The MACD is slowly dying bullish. QQQ is trying to go for the roof. QQQ is going up. SPY is going down slowly. It's weird. Okay, I'm gonna leave 50% here. From 1050, I'm leaving 50%. I don't even know. When did I join? 1040, sorry. I think this is a small time bull trap. Right, I think. But just because I think does not mean, right? I'm just saying deduction says this was the confirmation to short. So this is the real destination for this small cycle. I'm gonna leave in this candle. I think time is 10:49, so this is 10:50 now. Okay, this is 10:50. 10:45 bounce, 10:45 rejection, and then 10:45 into 10:50. Super. I told you the cycles are super tight, right? I literally told you the cycles are crazy tight because they're trying to confuse people like crazy. Okay, I'm out. I'm selling. I'm out. That shit was scary. That shit was scary, bro. 1040 to 1050. Let's go. That shit was scary hold, but I mean, what can you do, right? When the cycle literally going up and down, all you can do is literally deduct off of what? The cycle confirmation, and then just hold a little bit and just deduct, right? But I mean, they really could have broke the roof because of QQQ doing this shit. Like, it's crazy. Crazy small cycle happening. 1050 bounce. 1050 bounce now. 1050 bounce trying. Yeah. QQQ running crazy. Holy HOD broke on QQQ. HOD broke on QQQ. Time is 1050. That's a crazy 1 minute candle. Wait, QQQ was looking nice and bullish, right? And then SPY was looking dumb nice. I don't know. That was a nice confirmation, whatever, rejection on this little cycle. But yeah, they basically are at the same spot they were at 5 minutes ago, which is wild. Just wild. They're playing on this little, not playing on this range anymore, you know what I mean? But they did. That's all I'm saying. They did. From 1040 to 1045 to 1050. Let's see what happens. This, by the way, guys, this is a previous pivot point, right? Previous HOD at 945 turned into support, basically, right? Because we bounced right here at 1050, a random ass spot at 636.25, right? So technically speaking, this is a previous pivot point turned into support for now. So we could play with this level later on too. 636.24. But if they do this, right, the puts down here are hurt. They're gonna theta them. Looking like, I'm not saying we're not gonna go lower later, but I'm just saying, like, for now, they are hovering here with the MACD, with the cycle saying short a little bit, but like we're not going down. We're going down, and then in 1 minute bounced up. So we're still here, the same spot. Time is 10:50, and 10:55 is coming up. That was hard. That was a hard one. 10:55. QQQ going higher. Everything changes so fast. This is 10:52. So in 18 seconds, we will get a possible new HOD on QQQ. At 160 people here. If you guys can all hit the like button, thank you all very, very much. And new people that just joined, thank you all for hitting the subscribe button. We had 6 or 7 people that hit the subscribe button since open, so God bless you all, and thanks for the help. But yeah, push that like button, guys. Thank you. That would help out a lot. We have 47 likes right now, and we have like 160 people watching, so only 1/3. Please help me out, and let's get that number up. Time is 10:55. This is a 10:50 rejection at the 10:55 small time, right? 10:50 rejection at the 10:55 small time. But QQQ is bullish. QQQ is saying the wind direction is north. It has been north and is continuously north until it's not. With cycle, time, and everything, right? Puts are getting destroyed. Puts are dying. Calls are printing. Calls are printing. It's just SPY is looking different, right? 10:30 peak, and it's down here at 10:55. So just know the difference, right? Like we talked about last week when we were printing on CPI and PPI, right? There's a difference in the way QQQ and SPY runs sometimes. All you need to do is pay attention to the MACD. All you need to do is pay attention to what's going on, and if you can play it for how they can play it, then good for you, right? That's all it is. 10:30 pullback to 10:50 on SPY. 10:30 to 10:50, right? And we barely went down on QQQ, so that shit was bullish, and then they boomed it up. The 5-minute definitely helped on QQQ. SPY is a little bit different story. The 5-minute, you gotta respect that too. SPY has been looking a little bit different than QQQ for some reason because the MACD is dying a lot. You see what I'm saying? Like QQQ MACD is bullish as hell, and then SPY MACD is down here. So why are they doing that? Because QQQ is running a little bit, and SPY is, you know what I mean? It's weak. Is how I see it. You guys can see it in any different way. Some people see it a different way. Some people don't even see it. But all I'm saying is it's painting a picture for a reason. QQQ is going higher every cycle. Every single cycle is going higher. So what if we go higher into 11, which it is, or 10:55? I mean, every single cycle is going higher. This is 10:43, so it's 10:55 HOD. Looking like QQQ about to push up to HOD, and then at some point here, right, you might see a rejection. SPY is playing at the roof. We might not break the roof now, but we're playing at the roof, meaning some theta gaming. I don't know, people might have to hold on to their calls a little bit. Maybe they're getting more puts involved here to kill them all, right? It's a possibility. Everything is still staying bullish. It's just the candles are not going. Like the cycles are not building like that. We're bouncing off the previous day HOD, turned into pivot point. POC is probably up here, which it is. So above all the EMAs, above the 28 EMA, QQQ running. SPY needs to look at QQQ. 10:56, 10:55. The QQQ is going. I told you QQQ is about to go, right? And SPY is looking dumb weak, right? Or dumb stupid or something. But look at that. MACD helping bullish into 10:50, 10:55, and QQQ is going, and SPY is doing nothing. So different power, different time. There must be some big names running since 10:50 into 10:55 together. Now that we are at the, we're rejecting low key, we're rejecting. This is bearish. Short term bearish. This is not good. You know what I mean? The fact that we went higher, 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 and then we're rejecting together means slight bull trap coming, right? We don't know if that's gonna go drop, 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 but all I'm saying is, yeah, wow, that's a big ass candle, bro. 5 minute candle coming in doji. 5 minute candle coming in doji. So if people shorted big names, I think they're dropping right now after they went up. Google, Apple. Let's go look at my favorite stock, Tesla. Dude, look at Tesla. 318. Look at Tesla. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, Tesla been playing 307, been playing at 327, been playing at 318, been playing at 328, 327. Damn, look at yeah, Tesla dropping big time. Tesla dropped big time. Look at that Tesla dump. It's a big name dump. But now we don't know how low it's gonna go, right? I literally said short term, meaning maybe one candle. Maybe best safe exit. Tesla is dropping nuts though. Did you guys see that? That's weird. That might go to 317. I ain't going front. That shit might be free money. I'm not doing it. Man, look at that candle, bruh. Look at that candle. I told you that was the true direction, right? Holy, that's crazy. That's a crazy drop. I mean, I really thought after this they could have went to the roof, but like earlier here, I was like, that's the confirmation to short. That's the confirmation to short, and I left fully here, but I'm pretty sure there weren't people that left, and like maybe smart money were thinking that this is the fake bounce, but like literally crazy drop off. 1055, right? Together, 1055. I literally told you, right? When the moment the true direction comes, we're gonna do it together, right? So QQQ ran up slightly. SPY was like hovering, and then we dropped together off of 1055, big time. You guys saw that, right? Right before, right before we went to the big names, and I saw Tesla, and I was like, what the f? And then I switched back to QQQ, and there was a big ass red candle. Yeah, that's actually kind of luck that I went to Tesla at that time, but like, yeah, oh wow. The QQQ gap, there's a gap here. Gap is filling. Gap filled. Gap down and gap filled. It's gonna confuse people here. You gap down on QQQ and then gap filled. So now that time is 11, right? This is a 11 a.m. bounce trying. I literally said short-term bearish, right? The moment this should happen. Now that it went short-term bearish, we don't know what's gonna happen. But all I'm saying is, I literally call shit out for what it is, which is fair. You know what I'm saying? I literally call shit out for what it is because the moment it happens, I could deduct it to the next checkpoint. I don't sit there and be like, oh, we're gonna go, 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 go. Oh, I don't sit there and be like, oh, we're gonna go, 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 and because anything could happen here. Anything could happen here, and the best thing we could do is literally sit here together as friends and deduct together. No guessing, no speculating, just straight up deducting, 24/7 together. Time is 11. These people are shorting the bounce, but not on QQQ. So just have your eye on big names. I think watching the big names right now is really, really important. We are right now at the previous HOD that turned into support earlier, right? So let's see if this holds, or let's see if this drops through. QQQ dropped through on this candle. You see this? 945 previous HOD broke down through. Where's the other previous HODs? This broke. Yeah, we'll see. Man, SPY is bearish. SPY is bearish until 11. That is wild. I got the play from 1040 to 1050, but like honestly, yeah, 1040 somewhere here. Yeah, 1040, but 1040, yeah. But 10:55 to 11 is way better. 10:55 to 11 was way better if you were able to wait, but like to wait through that and to wait and to deduct is a little bit hard, right? I mean, I went off the confirmation, right? I kept saying I'm waiting, right? I kept saying, damn, I missed the long ride. Damn, I watched this too and I was like, damn, I missed the long ride. It's fine. I'll wait. It's fine. I'll wait. It's fine. I'll wait. And then I literally played the confirmation short. And now we're at the midpoint. QQQ. That's crazy how they're pulling back like that. QQQ is at the roof. SPY is at 1/3 of the way up, right, and the way down. So literally at the midpoint, and we're at VWAP. Time is 11:05. So we slid off. We slided. I can't even talk. We slid off. We're sliding crazy right now, big time. Sliding crazy right now, big time. Wow. Unbelievable pullback or dump from the roof. Unbelievable pullback from wow. Now it's FOMO, folks. Yeah, I'm gonna watch. Unbelievable. SPY could be leading the way on QQQ. Absolutely, this could be free money on QQQ to the midpoint somewhere here, but I'm not doing it. I'm gonna watch. But I literally called out the moment it happened. Right, that's all I'm saying. I literally called out the moment it happened, and when it bounced, I said that may be a best safe exit. Let's see what happens, and then they just kept going lower. And the moment they broke down at 11:01, I said, "Damn, these people are shorting the bounce. They're going lower. It looks like, right? I did not know it was gonna slide, and go to the midpoint, right? I didn't put money in, but I'm just saying, like, you watch the cycle, you watch the time, and the market will tell you. The market will lead, or the market will paint a picture using cycle and time. You can deduct like a man, like a woman, like a computer, whatever the hell you are, like a beast, like a magician. But at least you're not out here being biased or speculative off of anything, whether it's your experience, whether it's, facts, or whether it's like things that they're showing you, whether it's whatever the hell it is. Right? I don't want to be a speculative person. I don't want to be a guessing person. So this is how I turned everything around for me. Because I just changed the core of the person that I was to no longer be like, yo, I'm no longer okay with being, average. Like, I literally was like, I'm changing my group chat to reality group. Everything I do in my life is going to be real, real, real. Everything that I do is going to be harsh. And I'm going to face the reality for what it is. And I literally went to the chart and I was like, damn, like, I got cracked here, I got trapped here, like, why? What happened at this time? What happened in this candle? And I just sat there and analyzed. And you should do that for a long, long time. And absolutely wild. That's absolutely wild dump on QQQ. Let's go look at some big names. I think we have to. Tesla, 318. That is these. I literally said free money, right? Somewhere here, but that's absolutely disgusting. Nvidia, pulling back off of 1055 as well. Absolutely disgusting. Meta, pulling back off of 1055. Absolutely disgusting. Google is flying. Alright, for some reason, Google is flying. Apple, bouncing, but we sold off. Microsoft, MSFT. Okay, so bounce is possible. Bounce is possible. QQQ is no longer full-on bearish, but we were full-on bearish. Time is 11:05. Look at SPY. It dumped crazy. It dumped crazy, bro. What is this? Because POC is up there. What does that mean? That means that most of the people that are trading, most of the, okay, not on the 5 minute, but on the 1 minute it is. I saw it earlier. That's a trap. They brought the volume up there.
and then they hovered here, and then they were just barcoding, making people think we're not gonna go down, making people think we didn't go down on QQQ. Technically, we went up. Right, we're at the neutral point now of 1025, but like we went lower than 1025 on SPY. So there's a big difference on what they're doing, the game they're showing today. Into Federal Reserve FOMC, Jerome Powell at 2 p.m. What do you guys think? A little bit lower or a little bit higher? I'm going to do a poll in the WhatsApp group, and if you guys can type in the YouTube chat, that would also be helpful. Thank you. We're doing this to see the market sentiment. If you think about it, what we're doing right now is literally this times 10,000 or 100,000, because there's a crap ton of people watching the same thing we are watching, but we're deducting it better, right? All I'm saying is, right, there's millions of people doing the same thing we're doing right now. Hundreds of thousands of people watching the same thing we're doing right now. Literally everyone is looking at the same candles. So time is 11:05, bounce into 11:10. 11:10 is deciding what to do. It's freaking out. Let's go look at the 5-minute candle on, I was going to say SPX, but the MACD is bearish. It completely killed off the bullish cycle, and now it's gonna either barcode here or drop or something. We'll see. Time is 11:10. It looks like they're going south trying. I'm gonna go in for $750. SPY. Everybody's thinking lower. That's crazy. Everybody is thinking lower. Time is 11:10. Maybe it's a leave too then. Everybody in the WhatsApp group voted lower. The WhatsApp link is in the channel description. Time is 11:10. Bouncing on QQQ. I'm gonna leave in a minute. This could be a leave right now, honestly. I'm up by barely, literally $10. Everybody in the world thinking lower, right? So what if they break the floor and then they don't go lower? They just bounce it here. I'm gonna leave. I'm out. I'm out. Let's clap it up. Let's go. I don't care. I'm not gonna hold that shit. You guys have fun with that, alright? But like, I don't know. If everybody in the group is voting lower, then that must mean, yeah. Pankaj said now they're gonna go up. Like, I honestly think, right, they could do that. Like, this was a complete floor hope. So what happened yesterday too, right? They completely bear trapped on the floor hope. So QQQ is bullish, right? Still, because we're way above here. Now we're at the midpoint. We could literally floor trap again. But all I'm saying is, right, if you look at the SPX, there's a gap below. So, I mean, what if they do dump it and then gap fill before Jerome Powell? Is kind of crazy talk too, but I mean, that's also a possibility, right? Do not trade on this. I'm telling you guys, folks, that's dangerous as F. But I am saying this because it's a possibility, okay? It's a possibility that we gap fill. Not a most likely probability. I'm just saying it's a... Holy shit. LOD about a break. This is no cycle dumping. Time is 11:10. No, I'm kidding. Now you gotta focus right now, guys. This is a make or break moment. This is a make or break moment. You either take max profit or you let the market go first. Market's going first, okay? LOD market is going first. Market is going first. Let's go look at okay, the gap. Let's see if we fill it. The gap is filled. Gap filled. The gap is filled, ladies and gentlemen. The gap has filled, ladies and gentlemen. The wind direction has changed. The wind direction is now officially south, right? That does not mean we go lower from here. I'm just saying the wind was north from 9:30 to 10:30. The wind was south from 10:30 to 11:10, 40 minutes. And now the wind is what? North or neutral until it's not, right? That is a crazy gap fill, but I mean, whoever traded that, right? Congratulations. I'll tell you right now why you made the best trade of the day and why you got paid out the best, because we went from the roof to the midpoint to the floor on QQQ, okay? That's big money, right? We went from the roof to the midpoint to we actually broke the floor. We broke the 930 floor, this pivot point right here. That means everybody in the world is looking at the same thing and they are piling in on puts, right? The moment that happens, your puts are going up an extra 15 or 10%. Because everybody in the world is buying now because the LOD broke, the wind is showing south, right? So all I'm saying is, right, be careful on a bounce, but I'm also saying this shit is so bearish. Time is 11:15. Yeah, just be careful, okay? When everybody is euphoric and fearful, you are what? You are confidently happy and you're taking your profit when you need to, right? Because you're a logical person. So this is 10:10. This is 10:15. So we're going lower into 10:15 for now, but that does not mean we go lower, lower, lower. But we just went lower, lower, lower. Okay. Time is 11:15. Time is 11:15. So that was a nice Mr. Jerome Powell pump on a FOMC reserve rate cut decision day, and a nice dump from the literal space. Literal space to gap fill. Crazy shit. But yeah. Crazy, crazy, crazy price. Wow. Zishan said he's up 1K. Paul said he's up 2.6K. People are up crazy in our group. That's all I'm saying, because this shit is a daily thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not just one day where we just go up, one day where we just go down. Every single goddamn day there's a cycle. Every single goddamn day there's a LOD and a HOD. Every single goddamn day there's a trend, a wind direction, and every single day they use this shit to confuse people, to make people hope, to make people blah blah blah, and they print like crazy. All right. I sent like a documentary on like the world's 3 biggest institutional hedge funds right now, right? And the number 3 biggest institutional hedge fund, right after JP Morgan and I think it's Morgan Stanley or something like that, right? Or Goldman Sachs or something, right? Is something called Open or whatever. But they operate in the Indian stock exchange market, but what they do is mass, market index. Like, they make people think one way, you know what I mean, with the market, right? We're all thinking one way, and then the smart people and the institutions buy the cheapest, the most smartest deduction calls or puts, and then they print, right? For example, in India, right? I sent a screenshot. One of the puts open up like at 2,000 or something, and they go down to like 400, and then they close at like 400 or 4,000 or some crazy shit. You know what I mean? Same thing is going on here, bro. Same. Literally, look at SPX calls yesterday. It opened up at 3,400, went down to $600, and then I don't even know, like, or maybe that was puts, but yeah, some crazy thing happened. You know what I mean? Every single day happens one way or another. The best thing you could do is literally deduct as much as you can with the levels you have drawn, with the I literally said in the pre-market at 9:05 a.m. today, I said, draw the not 4 p.m. close and the previous day 9:30 open. It will most likely be used, and they used it today on QQQ at open, and then SPY they used it into 11:15. Yeah, wild stuff. But still, this is cycling, and this is good stuff. On QQQ, they're like cycling to go nowhere in the bigger picture, right? But on SPY, they basically cycle to go a little bit lower after going a little bit higher. So people that were deducting, right, they took money And they were what? They were out and they were safe. And all they did was watch. They watched, and once they got the confirmation to short what? They shorted or they waited. And once they waited and once they got the full-on confidence and the confirmation to go with the volume, the MACD, everything, momentum, right? They went. So they basically printed up and then down. Same shit. And then they what? Leave before LOD or leave after, you know what I'm saying? Like once after a while, like you have to realize because there is a 1/3, 2/3, right? Markdown distribution, and then there is markdown, markup, and then there is a distribution phase, right? So would you rather want to be a part of the people that are printing in the big box, 1/3, 2/3, right? Smart money, markdown phase, right? Going up is markup. Or would you want to be trading in the small box, distribution phase, right? Nobody knows, right? Cycles could be this big, cycles could be this small, cycles could be this big, and in a bigger cycle, whatever it is. But all I'm saying is, there are cycles, and the cycles tells us who's printing smart. The cycles tells us who's being risky with time. That's all I'm saying. That's a reality, which I love, right? The stock market is literally life is all about reality. So I freaking enjoy this shit. I enjoy that. I actually think the market that this exists because before I found this out, it was like I was like, how am I supposed to trade? How am I literally supposed to trade every single day? It's like different shit, different stuff. They get me this way, they get me that way, and like this is literally for me, right? Systematic. This for me gives me confidence and calmness that I need and focus that I need to trade. Right, 11:15 bounce into 11:20. We are at previous say 4 p.m. close. So like I said, like I said yesterday, right? It doesn't matter where you guys are, right? Just like try to do your best deducting constantly, and just try to catch people when they're speculating or guessing or being biased, and just call that out yourself, or like you literally just like you watch yourself, and then just remember it because you don't really want to be doing that. Like people that did that in the 1920s and 1929 got completely shredded. So, if history is repeating ourselves, and we are a part of the, history, why not be one of the smart people, right? Why not be trying to educate yourself and be a part of the deducting people? We have 2 people that want to join the group now. Let's accept them. Welcome to the group, everybody. But yeah, I would honestly say don't even think about puts until 11:15 breaks, but like that's my personal experience, you know what I mean? Like even though the candles look like they're gonna go, like we literally did go, and that was a no cycle dumping. So I mean, I would expect the cycle, right? Because we completely shredded like crazy, and there's a crap ton of bears here now. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, you are right. We could go bounce short, but all I'm saying is, right, more chances than not, right? More than not, statistically speaking, every single time they do this, nah? So just be careful. Oh, yesterday was so damn bearish that we just kept breaking. We just kept breaking the pivot point. We just kept breaking the pivot point, setting a bearish trend. But like, all I'm saying is, right, until it happens, it does not happen. Even though your mind is saying, oh, it's gonna happen. Oh, it happened. Look at that. Look, it almost happened. Look. But like literally, if you go look at the candles, if you go look at the time, if you go look at the cycles that you've drawn out and that you're deducting off of, you'll be like, okay, it has not. So it is bullish. Today, I kind of messed up and went like a tiny bit short, and then I left instantly, right? That's literally because I went against my rule, right? The arrow was saying north. The arrow was saying north. But like the candles were literally telling me, we could have a rejection here. But like that's what I'm saying by the market makes you be like, oh, it might, right? Off of, I think it was off of 10-11 or some shit, 10-10. But like it literally just gets you doing that at that exact moment for the usage of, the bigger picture. But if you follow certain big picture rules like, don't trade against the wind or something like certain things like that without confirmation or without confirmation shorting, because literally there's a confirmation going long here. There's a confirmation going short here, right? So if you follow rules, you have like, I don't know, you have a way high win rate and a way less negative rate. Okay, 2 more people who will join the group. Let's get everybody in. If you guys are here for the first time, please hit the like button. Thank you all very much. 165 people here. We have about 60 or 70 or 80 likes. So if you guys can help me get that done, appreciate that. The only reason is, right, by 2 p.m. we're going to be streaming the Jerome Powell live stream in here. I want a lot of people to be here with us. That's going to be interesting itself. So, a bounce. Look at that bounce, right? Bounce off of 11.15. I literally said, right, statistically speaking, every single time in every other environment it would bounce up into 11.25. That's literally why I say when we get a huge push down like that, just look at the bottom of the 1 minute candle. For example, 11.15 right here, and say, I am personally, I'm not going to go into puts until that low of the 1 minute candle breaks. Why? Because that signifies on the 5 minute candle, right? The low of that 5 minute candle. The low of 11.15 is 11.15, right? What's happening since 11.15? All puts are getting destroyed. No exception, correct? All puts are getting destroyed, right? All calls are what? Winning since 11.15. So this is literally what I mean by when we get a massive drop like 0 DTE, massive whatever the hell, you leave in a massive red candle, and then you just set like certain, you know what I'm saying, you look at the 1 minute candle. This could have been 11.13, this could have been 11.17, but it would have represented something in the 5 minute candle. And you just set that as a level and be like, even though they show me red candles, I will not go into puts. Because why? The market could literally do this, right? The market could do this. Nobody knows, but all I'm saying is until that low breaks, it did not break, right? If it does break, then we go a little bit lower. But the cycle and time confirmation gives you more confidence and more probability based, you know, logical thinking. Right? QQQ sold off crazy, so you know, expecting some sort of a bounce is fine. The reason why QQQ sold off crazy is because of Meta, you know, Tesla, Google, everything, right? We literally called out the moment it happened live, right? At 10:58, we went to go check the big names. We were like, wow, what's going on, right? So now that they did that, you gotta expect some sort of a bounce, which is fine. You know, if they bounce to the midpoint here, that's honestly natural. That's healthy. If they bounce to somewhere to the midpoint here, that's natural. That's healthy. Why? The market loves the midpoint. The market loves to go up, come back to the midpoint of that run up, right? Market loves to go down, come back to that midpoint of the whatever. Market loves to go up, come back to the midpoint, right? And then decide to go up. So this is how the market gets you thinking on the roof, thinking on the midpoint, thinking on the floor. So 33.3% chance for option 1, option 2, and option 3. It is never a 50-50. It is never a 50% chance, 50% chance. Are we bullish? Are we bearish? Because if you do that, you don't know, you know, you don't have a target. But if you are 33.3% chance, 33.3% chance, 33.3% chance, you have a what? You have a target. You have a LOD, you have a HOD, and you have a midpoint. You have the you know what I mean? You have the roof hope, you have the floor hope. There's just so many things that you could deduct off of. And honestly, that's literally a make or break for a trader. In this environment, you got to be able to find something to literally deduct on. Because everything out here, whether it's indicators, whether it's candle colors, whether it's whatever the hell, is making you think and be biased. Isn't it not? Like, you guys agree with me with that, right? Like, everybody is thinking different things because of different things, right? This is why every time people ask about indicators, I'm literally like, just be careful, because like certain things just make you think. That's the reason why it exists, to make you think that. So just want to be careful, right? The time is 11:30. Now this is a good rejection off of 11:25 into 11:30. However, there's a gap down. 11:25 into 11:30. Yeah, the QQQ gap down. So now this is dangerous, but you know what I mean. They might gap down and push down on that too, but this is most likely gonna fill. Algos are gonna fill this before the end of the day. Time is 11:30. So, but when the volume dies like this, right? This is still a what? No cycle confirmation shorting in my opinion, but I mean they could still run on that. They could still break the floor on that. I'm just saying it's just better to go in confirmation. Confirmation. Like 11:20, right? What happened? 11:15, 11:20 we pulled back, and 11:21 we nuked up. So you could have went long right there into 11:25, right? Technically speaking, that's 11:21 into 11:25. So that's all I'm saying. You could deduct fast, even though cycle's small. I would not have traded this small cycle, but you could have went long at 11:15, technically speaking, because you went lower below 4 p.m. You could have been like, oh, we're gonna go back to 4 p.m. There's some people that deduct like that too. Time is 11:30. Looks like we're holding the gap and pushing lower. Holding the gap and pushing lower. That's crazy. Holding the risk is crazy. That's why I'm not trading. Risk is crazy. We might push down and hold, or we might gap fill this and trap everybody at some point. So if they go red, I would leave into a big ass red candle. But I mean, we're at POC, so that could not happen as well. When we're like super bullish, right, and we're at all-time highs, and we do this little gap up, when in a bearish environment, and we push up and we go for all-time high, it would hold. It would hold for like an hour. It would hold for like 25 minutes. But going south side, I've seen that lesser, to be honest. They hold going north more than south, the 1 minute gaps. Gap trying to fill. So 11:30 bounce is trying off of POC. 11:30 bounce is trying off of the previous day 4 p.m. close. We'll see what happens here. Federal Reserve Jerome Powell is coming out in 2 hours and 30 minutes. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, I'm so sorry. Trying to see if my live stream is going to work for this July 30th 2 p.m. stream, and it looks like it is. Right. Time is 11:30, right? So if this bounce holds and we're still in a bullish cycle, then we go a little bit higher from here off of POC. But if we go lower and we go try to break the 11:15 floor, and we break the 11:15 floor, then the wind is still south, right? And these people that went long are going to get punished. But we, as somebody that is not in, can only watch. QQQ did not gap fill. So still some sort of game going on. Still some sort of game going on. QQQ gap fill. Kinda making things dangerous in the POC as well. Time is 11:31. Near the floor. We're near the floor. 30 minutes from 11. Pushing lower looks like. This is a safe exit in my opinion, and one of these big ass red candles are going lower. The time is 11:30. They did not gap fill and they're holding that gap, right? So 11:30 could bounce, but yeah, Time is 11:30. So 11:30 bounced into 11:35 at previous day 4 p.m. close. Can somebody tell me if there's like an important level on QQQ right now that we're at? 568 we're at. So maybe yesterday's POC turned into today's POC as well. That's not yesterday's POC. We're playing around where we were chopped around yesterday. 568. Is that a significant level or just we'll see. It is staying here though. 11:15, 11:30. Oh. The 5-minute MACD says bearish, but the candles are not going lower than 11:15 so far. The ground is holding. The fort is holding. Hovering. The 4 p.m. gap fill. Let's go look at SPX after some big names real quick. Meta went lower to 699. That is bearish. Nvidia, Google, Tesla. What was I looking at? Oh, 11:35. It looks like a barcode is possible at 4 p.m. close. It was basically a long here off the fact that the 11:30 floor is holding, but smaller cycles are playing out. Time is 11:36, so this is 11:35. QQQ going for gap fill now, looks like. That's why I said best safe exit, to be honest, so you don't hope on the floor. And you get out and profit. Time is 11:40. 11:35 push into 11:40 or 11:35 rejection. Looks like a 11:35 rejection. Looks like an 11:35 rejection into 11:40 playing out. The MACD is neutral in QQQ or bearish slightly at POC. SPY Same. Yep. Six 35 27. 635 28. It's the magnet spot after we went to where we went. This was a nice play, wasn't it? This little retest, fake out, breakout. Time is 11:40. $11.35 rejection into 11:40, tiny bit. QQQ. Also, tiny bit. $170 people watching. If you guys can, if half of you guys can hit the like button and the subscribe button, but most likely the like button, thank you. Please help me out. Like button. Smack the like button. Time is 11:40. This is smaller cycles. I don't see a lot unless you can play smaller cycles. I believe the market is okay. So they did not gap fill here, right? That is a complete gap fill at 11:40. This is now gap filled exactly. Gap filled. I still think it's gonna chop here, but I mean now it's showing long on QQQ, right? So we'll see what happens with that. We will see what happens with that. Or maybe there's a bigger, something bigger forming. Time is 11:40. QQQ is running, and SPY is not. But that was the play. Since 11:30 into 11:40, right? 11:30 into 11:35, they did not gap fill up here, and they pulled back, fake pullback into 11:40. And that was the real pull. That was a real gap fill. Time is 11:40. We don't know what's gonna happen anymore, but from 11:30 to 11:40 was that gap fill play. That's a fair statement. That is a fair statement. It's still 11:40. We could push higher into 11:42, which it is on QQQ, signifying the same time. Let's look at SPY. The MACD is bullish on SPY, however, it just looks bad. The MACD looks nice. The candles look sus until the big candles start coming and they build. Well, yeah. Time is 11:45. Where is POC? POC did not get brought down here, I mean. Market is trying to run back up. Time is 11:45. We're right below POC. We're right below VWAP, I mean. Could see some sort of a rejection here. Calls are trying to break out. Candles are trying to break out. Candles are stacking big time. Candles are stacking big time. Something like this is happening up until here. Let's see if we get like a continuation though. Time is 11:35. The MACD is bullish and slight pullback. So this is either the pullback to go long or this is a stop of the run at 11:45. At 11:45. It's very important what happens right now into 11:50 and 11:55 and 12 looks like. We're showing the floor twice at 11:15, 11:30. This is the midpoint. This is the midpoint. We're showing the roof, or let's see. 11:35 could be the midpoint. 11:45 could be the roof in the smaller cycle. SPY. This is floor. Floor hope. Midpoint. Midpoint. QQQ is at a crossroads right here on the EMAs. SPY trying to go long. QQQ looking weird. So maybe now SPY goes and QQQ doesn't, but QQQ MACD pulling back and SPY MACD building. Bearish MACD is dying on the 5-minute candle. We're right below VWAP on the 5-minute chart. Time is 11:45. I would not be surprised if we come back down to bring the POC down on SPY to somewhere here or here. It'd be 535.64 or 535.43. QQQ is above POC. SPY is below POC. Time is 11:50 now. every 5-minute cycle is still heading higher. Since 11:30, 11:30, 11:35, 11:40, 11:45, right? 11:30, 11:35, 11:40, 11:45. So let's see what happens until 11:50. QQQ running it into 11:50 trying. QQQ trying to break the roof of the 11:45 candle at 11:50. SPY, small cycle, trying. Small cycle trying and then being tiny rejected here. So we're either delaying the real move to VWAP or we are rejecting here at 11:50. QQQ pushing up into 11:50 looks like itself. 11:50 itself is higher than 11:45 on QQQ. SPY not yet. Time is almost 12. In 2 hours, Mr. Jerome Powell is coming out for the FOMC rate cut decision conference call or conference. We're literally barcoding in the bigger day chart, intraday chart, not where we opened. But we pumped up, we dumped off, and then now we're buying back a little bit, and we are at the neutral point. We're not at the midpoint of this dump, but we are at the where we started. QQQ, right, bought back to the midpoint of where we started. So there is a difference in what's going on between QQQ and SPY right now. You can clearly see that, right? QQQ ran up more since 11:15 to 11:50. 11:15 until 11:50 because QQQ sold off more probably. And SPY, just be careful here. Time is 11:50. EMAs are coming bullish, but it's the crossroads. Just like here, it's the crossroads. What's that candle on SPY? Squeeze candle on SPY and a dump candle on QQQ. QQQ is dumping a little bit, right? Off of 1150. Looks like. I'm telling you, SPY POC about to be brought down. Just like yesterday. Look at all the volume being built here now, right? SPY POC about to be here or here. It looks like probably here. Yeah, look at that. Look at that on the money. Switch. Look at that shit. POC switched. Wow. They're going bull on that. POC switched for a second and they're blowing up. Off of POC into 1155. Time is 11:55. VWAP touch. That is a kiss. Wow. Since 11:35, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes. 5, 10, 15. Wow. It's 11:55. So they brought the POC down and then they boomed it up, the candle. Interesting. VWAP now. QQQ trying to show nuke. 11:55. Wow. QQQ building. What is that consecutive candle? Now SPY is at the midpoint. QQQ above the midpoint. Almost back to this trend line, which is crazy. But I don't know if we touch that trend line. That's crazy. Time is 11:55. Every minute, SPY is going higher as well. This is no cycle pumping now after the no cycle dumping. This is a cycle, pullback, floor hope trap, and then no cycle pumping now. So no cycle pumping now. Into time is 11:57. 12 now. So this is 12. Time is 12. What a boom. At 11:55, they boomed it off a POC switching like that too. 5-minute candle. Boom. Wow. Look at QQQ. It's at the HOD again. Unbelievable strength right here. Unbelievable strength right here. $5.69. You think gap fill from yesterday? $5.70. Wow. Time is 12 p.m. Unbelievable run since 11:30. I mean, this was believable, but like from here, that is actually quite the strength. QQQ is trapping every bear in existence. SPY, bears are trapped now. Big time. People that did not leave. Wow. Maybe people bought a crap ton of puts into the week because of FOMC, but time is 12 o'clock. Absolutely disgusting. Boom up. We hit the trend line. You believe that? I was gonna erase this earlier, but I left it because yeah, for some reason. But that is, wow. That is wow. QQQ actually hit that. That is beautiful. SPY. I don't know what line there is here that correlates to this. But maybe this. Absolutely crazy run. Time is 12 o'clock. 11:59, so 12 o'clock. That was literally free money since 11:55 to 12. I just didn't go. The moment POC switched and they boomed up like that, I was like, what if that's a trap? Like, but that's so crazy. Off a POC. Literally a push off a POC. But it looks like this is the destination for now. That is a crazy push. Crazy push. Off of literally 5 minutes. That's what I'm saying. The 5-minute push was absolutely a crazy run. Look at QQQ. Right, time is 12 o'clock. So 12 o'clock rejection. Trying a tiny bit. People left at 11:59. That is the reason why that is the best safe exit, because time, technical analysis, logical things are telling us that's the best safe exit, and then to watch to what happens. Oh yeah, QQQ is pulling off, back off of 11:59 best safe exit, or 12 o'clock best safe exit on SPY. SPY could go higher though, looking like, because there's a difference by 1 minute. So what if they go higher into 12:05, 12:10, and then reject off the roof or break through the roof into FOMC? Is what I'm thinking now, but yeah, let's see. This is a floor hope almost. This is a LOD broke, right? I literally said leave, and then I said don't be into puts until this low breaks, right? That's literally what I said. I don't know if you guys remember, but I said that earlier here, and then they did this, and this was a floor hope, and then they went long on it. They went long on it, right? But that's literally why certain golden rules that you stick by save your life. They make or break your moment. They make or break your trading. A lot of people in our group printed going south. A lot of people printed in our group going north because we called out everything. When we called out 11:15, we said do not go into puts, even if they show a red candle. We were at previously 4 p.m. We could barcode here or whatever the hell. We could find support, but we literally do not go into puts until 11:15 breaks. Possibility is because the risk is crazy. Risk is like 10,000, right? And then people that don't know that go into puts here and get completely shredded. People that do know that we're in a bullish trend, right, are going long. No one knows it's gonna blow up like that once POC shifts, but yeah. QQQ gap down crazy. So off the roof at 12 now. Off the roof at 12. And QQQ gap down. So let's see what happens. Gap filled on QQQ. The 5-minute MACD says we're bullish. This is a no cycle confirmation shorting. No cycle, confirmation shorting into 1205. Because it's 12 into 1205, right? 12 into 1205. Every single cycle has been going up. I kept calling that out, right? I literally called out here. Every single cycle is going up every 5 minutes. Every single cycle has been going up every 5 minutes since 11:30, 11:35, 11:40, 11:45, 11:50, 11:55. And I literally said at 11:55, let's see if we get a continuation. When I said 11:50, I said, you know what I mean? The realists remember. That's all I'm saying. But I did not trade that. But yes, the every single 5 minutes going up. So now that we are rejecting off of 12 to 1205, let's see if 1205 bounces and goes higher into 1205 or 1210. But pattern is starting to change, if that makes sense. Time is 1204, so we could run it in 2-3 minutes right now and it'll be a 1205 roof. The MACD is not there for bulls, but it can happen. Anything can happen. Because the 5-minute MACD. Looking like we gapped up and then we just gap filled. QQQ gapped up and gap filled. Time is 1205. Time is 12:05. It's still 12:05 for the next 2 minutes. So today's chart has been the wind is north from 9:30 to 10:30. The wind is south from 10:30 to 11:15. The wind is north or neutral since 11:15 into 12:05. 12:05 is higher than the midpoint. So now we're showing people the roof, right? Now we're near the roof, maybe to break the roof or to go higher to the roof or to, you know what I mean? But you guys get what I'm saying here. The market shows you floor, the market shows you midpoint, the market shows you floor, the market shows you midpoint, the market shows you roof. What? Every 5, every 10 minutes, right? Every 15, 30 minutes it changes, right? So that's all you do. You just play from here to here. You get the hell out. Do you really want to sit there and hope for the floor in QQQ or the midpoint? No, you don't really care, right? And then you go long. Do you really care about the roof? No. All you care about is your money going up 40%, right? 30% real quick, and you're out 20%. Do you really care about the floor? No. If you short here, you get out before the floor breaks because the risk is there. If you go, you know what I'm saying? If you go long, you play from the midpoint. You play from the floor to the midpoint or the midpoint to the roof. You're not literally sitting there thinking about and hoping for the roof, but like you are sitting there making deductions, leaving at the most perfect moments and then letting other people make the decisions for you in the risky times because we're at a pivot point, and then you just go in the perfect moments when you see the cycle that you want to trade to the cycle that it's about to show, or you make the deduction that it's about to, and then you strike. But that is literally all it is. That is literally all it is. Time is 12:10. Time is 12:10. You're really just playing, right? Showing something to something. Other people. Doesn't really matter if they're doing it or not, but like what matters is you're getting the move right, you're correct, right? You're correct, and you're literally doing the showing people the roof to the floor or wherever the hell it is, midpoint, but you get out in the massive red candle at some point or another, or you go long from the floor to showing people the roof, right? Showing people the midpoint. You get out at some massive green candle. It doesn't matter, but what matters is you got a massive green candle for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it was, 15, 20 minutes, right? That's literally what matters, because that's, trading the wind. That's trading the trend, and that's trading the real direction, the traps and shit. Using cycle analysis, time confirmation analysis to give you a higher chance of getting it right. Because you're not going to get everything right. It's just no way. The best traders in the world, right? They literally scalp with 1, 2, 3K, but like they don't get every trade right. But when they get the trades right, with the big like 2, 3K trades, they let them go, right? So their profit grows crazy, right? In this drop, imagine you're in 2, 3K, that shit goes like 5K and you're out. You know what I mean? You're in for 2K, 1.5K here, and then you let that thing go for 15 minutes and you're out. That is the dream trade, right? Like that's literally the dream trade to do every single day. But all I'm saying is, in order for you to do that, you need to know the start and end of a what? Bullish cycle. You need to know the start and end of a bearish trend or whatever it is, even though if it's not fully bearish, right? Why? Because the wind direction is so different on SPY and QQQ, right? If you do not draw this, if you do not care about the wind, if you don't care about the arrows, the pivot points, how the hell are you gonna literally know the difference between SPY and QQQ 24/7, right? It's it's nearly impossible. Nearly impossible, right? What's going on right now is QQQ is going towards the roof, hovering to make people think roof break is coming or roof break will come, right? We don't know. Time is only 12. It could really happen, but we are going back towards the roof, right? We are going back towards the roof. We're going hovering towards the roof, right? For now, which is fair, which is okay. This is fine. This is healthy. Unless you're in 0DT puts or calls and you're holding all day long, that's dangerous, because 0DT puts and calls are gonna go crazy. It's everybody's money, you know what I mean, that we're putting in, like taking out. So you gotta be in and out. You gotta be careful with those. 5-minute candle, chopping up for now on the bottom of this trend line, right? 5-minute candle, it's hovering in QQQ as well. Time is 12:10. 12:17. 12:05 bounce into 12:10 looking like, right? And this is a 12:05 bounce at 12:03 into 12:10 looking like, right? That's all it is. That's all it ever is, and that's all it ever will be. The market will forever be a cycle machine. It'll always forever have wind traps, and it'll always forever make people hope on anything and everything. And this is literally it. That's all it is. And this is a great thing. This is a God bless thing. Time is 12:11. Let's go look at some big names. Right, now that we're running up, Meta ran up to 12:02. Apple ran up to 12:05. Tesla ran up to 12. Google running all day long. We're at 12:05, 12:02, 12. Starting to pull back off of 12. Microsoft ran to 12. So everything ran together. The big names at the minimum. The big names sold off together. The big names did nothing together here, and the big names bought back here together. Time is 12:15. So cycles are getting tight. 12:10 rejection. 12:10 rejection failed into 12:15. So 12:15 at the minimum is showing people to go higher at the trend line. EMA on QQQ is bullish. So what happened earlier, right? When this pushed up, MACD came in and helped it pushed up, right? Remember earlier when I was like looking at here, I was like, yo, if this breaks out, the MACD volume has to come in and the candles have to stack, right? They did stack. I just didn't go because I was like I was thinking I'm too late. I'm scared, but you know what I mean. The candles literally did stack, just like how it stacked earlier, from 10:15 to 10:45, right? 10:30 to 12. You could literally say this is basically the same looking move because of the MACD volume being almost the same. Whoa. Time is 12:15. Time is 12:15. Trying to go for the roof now. Showing on QQQ. Strong. Showing the roof dramatically now. Showing the roof dramatically now at 12:15. Supposed to pull back to go long. Pull back to go long in 5 minutes. However, now that it is 12:15, let's see what happens into 12:20. Roof break is a possibility. However, if they reject here into FOMC, that is a lot of people on the roof, right? You gotta think about that too. What happened earlier, right? We were so goddamn bullish, right? We were so bullish, and then it completely got turned off, right? So just be aware. This is when you want to basically, in my opinion, take profit. But could break the roof. Could pay out more. It's true. But you basically want, right? You want to get the roof, get puts, leave before the LOD hope, right? You want to get calls, right? Leave before the what? I don't even have to say it, you know what I'm saying? The roof hope, because this is one full cycle. What if it cycles lower and then tries later? Right? Then you could get paid out, but like I'm just saying, one full cycle is risk analyzing, is being smart. Time is 12:15. QQQ at the roof. 12:15. It is possible. It is really up there now. Crazy stuff. SPY's building. Roof break is here on QQQ. 48. Yep, roof break is here on QQQ. Time is 12:15. SPY nuking up. Wow. Into 12:20 now. This is 12:20. Is 50 cents, or it's $1 away from the gap fill. Maybe Jerome Powell, Mr. Powell will come in and do that, but yeah, it is running. Let's see if SPY clears the divergence with QQQ here. It's a nice run. That last 5-minute candle pushed it up 60 cents or 40 cents to POC. $177 people watching. If you guys can all hit the like button, or half of you guys, and how about we are at POC at 12:20 QQQ broke the roof at 12:20. SPY is hovering at the roof at POC. At the roof. Not the POC down there that they shifted down and pumped it up on, but POC at the roof. This is still one cycle. 12:20 and 2. Not even 12:20. It's 12:19. Just to wait. What a bullish chop on QQQ day. Interesting. One-hour bullish. But let's see if we go for gap fill. Time is 12:20. Trying for the roof at 12:20. This small cycle still. Time is 12:20. Possibly roof break showing on SPY. Possibly roof break coming on SPY. Let's see. QQQ running higher. Wow. HOD breaking. Time is still 12:20. Massive strength. They're bringing this to the roof before FOMC rate cut decision. That is abnormally bullish at the end. What the we're above this trend line. Wow. Here we go. Time is 12:21, 12:20. Will the roof break? Will the roof break? I'm gonna do a poll. You guys type in the YouTube chat if the roof's gonna break or not. On SPY. We are literally make or break moment right now. That is really bullish on QQQ. To the point that we might even run 670.2, but like that's just saying that with no, target. 569.50. 636.63. Wow. What a day. I wasn't really thinking anything here. I was thinking maybe chop, but like that is crazy. Floor hope, trap every bear possible, and then now deciding at the roof if to really break the roof on SPY right now or what. 5-minute MACD says super bullish than it was earlier. Candles build every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes. I called that out though somewhere here. I was like, the candles are building every 5 minutes. I just did not go because I was not thinking HOD like that. They trapped everybody. At 11:50, like that's so down there. But yeah. Free money call side. Puts losing crazy, but I never even thought about puts. I said until the 11:15 low break. So yeah, that's what happens. 569.53, 636.7. We're right below the roof. We are right below the roof. People are saying Robinhood is giving a lot of problems today, like the fill, the buy and sell orders being like different, opposite or whatever. Didn't happen to me, but maybe I wasn't trading during that time. Well, people said yes, yes, roof break, yes, roof break, yes, roof break. One person said fake out. Rectified said yes. JC, Olivia said break. Yeah, Panka said going down. QQQ 1 minute gap down, so 12:25. And someone said going down now. Why did you say that? How did you know? You said that before the gap down. Pancatch. 12:20 into 12:25, but super fast from the roof. 12:20 from 12:25, super fast from the roof with the gap. Weird gap at the top. 569.51. 569.50, there's a gap. 569.50, QQQ has a gap. 1 minute candle. We had 4 people vote yes in our group, and one person vote no at 12:21. 12:21 was somewhere up here when we were at the roof at 12:21. Yeah. So that is a hard thing to, you know what I mean, say, but literally at 12:24, right? 12:24, 12:25, 12:26, 12:27, signifying 12:25. They do this. 12:20 rejection into 12:25. I'm just gonna watch, guys, until Jerome Powell, because I'm trying to play like I'm trying to play a nice setup. Like that was a nice bull run, but just feeling a little bit FOMO now that it did that. So I want to wait for a nice setup. Looking like a nice setup, honestly. Whatever happens here, looking like, I mean, looking a little wild, but it's always wild, is it not? It's never not wild. They left a gap here now. QQQ, 1 minute gap. 569.49. Let's see if they fill that sooner rather than not. Guys, do not trade just looking at this. These people, these market makers in the market, can trap calls easily using that. They could trap puts easily using that. But the thing is, this is for professional level traders, and the people that could literally look through this cycle, decipher it so freaking well, because it's dangerous. So this is another factor to what? Hope on. So all I'm saying is the danger is there while I'm drawing it, right? But I just want to like mark it for the sake of experience, right? People literally see this. They will see this in the future too. So all I'm saying is, you know, whatever happens, don't trade on it. All I'm saying is like whether this is good or bad, you have to remember this because it's going to be experience. It's going to be memory, and you have to remember your struggles or good times to, in calmness, to use good, to, you know what I mean, to make good out of it, to use it to your benefit. So let's just see what happens. Okay, this is a gap fill hope pushing down. Time is 12:30, looking like, but then they could trap these bears as well to the gap fill easily. So danger is there. I'm just calling out what I can possibly see and deduct as I see it. Let's see if I'm right or wrong as I call it and as I see it, right? You guys can call it and see what you see too in the chat, which is fine. But all I'm saying is, whatever's happening right here is happening. It's a reality. So let's just appreciate the art, right? Appreciate the market for what it is. We have 198 people here, guys. If you guys can all hit the like button, thank you all very much. What we would do at 2 p.m. is live stream the Mr. Jerome Powell FOMC rate cut decision so that we could all see what happens to the market and the live chart while we watch the FOMC rate cut decision live together as a community. Welcome to Best Spy Live Trading. We do this every single day where we analyze the wind direction, the trend direction, so that we could print using, the wind, the trend direction. All calls were getting destroyed from what? Pre-market 9:30 to 9:30 itself, right? 9:32. All calls were winning from 9:30 to 12:20, right? On QQQ. All puts got destroyed. If you think about it, right? People were able to play cycles and leave, right? I'm just saying, like weekly calls, weekly puts, right? And there's more than 0 DT, right? I'm just saying 0 DT too. If you really think about it, all the puts, people that did not leave, people that went in into LOD, whatever, got used for this move. Technically speaking, right? The wind is now south or neutral until the market deducts to go higher or lower, right? On SPY, what happened? The wind direction was north from 9:30 to 10:30, and it was south from 10:30 to 11:15, right? So it's different than QQQ. All calls were winning, and then puts were losing. All puts were winning, all calls were losing, right? Like crazy. And then all calls are winning, all puts are losing, right? Since when? 11:15. Since 11:15 is when I called out, do not go into puts until the low of the 11:15 candle broke, because this is 0 DT puts. This is no joke. When they sell like crazy, they're gonna just burn them all. Most likely speaking, and I literally said that here. I was like, in any other environment, yesterday, sure, we were so damn bullish. Every bounce was short, every bounce failed. But in every other environment, they would run up and then kill everybody that went, because there's so many bears here, which was the obvious, you know what I mean, in hindsight, right? But like, all I'm saying is, I say certain things live because QQQ just gap filled, maybe. I say certain things live because it's, just the reality, okay? QQQ gap filled. Gap filled. So this is what I mean by professional level stuff, okay? QQQ gap filled. Okay, we have another person that requested to join the group. Let's get him accepted. But yeah, if you guys need any help, we have a lot of helpful people in our group that's always open to help, and there's a lot of admins that's like helpful as well. If you need any help with charts or whatever it is in the group, just DM any of them. We have like about 5 or 8 or 10 right now. I don't even know, but yeah, everyone here is to help each other and to make each other grow, and to basically not make each other grow educationally or spiritually, but financially, right? Because that's what we want to do right now. We want to grow our accounts right now. We don't want to get ripped off or whatever. Just want to grow your ability to deduct so that you can become your own man, you can become your own woman, and just literally do what you need to do when you need to do it, and get the hell off and go to work or whatever it is that you do, and enjoy life, right? So time is 12:30. I have not done anything since somewhere down here. I literally have not done anything. After the sell-off, I literally have not traded, but you know what I'm saying? It's whatever. I don't really care, because at the end of the day, if not today, if not Jerome Powell, if not FOMC, Federal Reserve Chair, sir, speaking. Sorry, I did not want to say Jerome Powell, but you know what I mean. If not today, tomorrow. If not tomorrow, the day after that. All right. It's literally the same thing every day. whether we are at all-time highs, whether we're pulling back from all-time highs, whether we're at 450, whether we're at 550, whether we're at 590, I don't care, it's the same shit. 620, 630, like I literally kept saying last week, right? If we were at all-time highs, this makes trading harder. You might want to reduce your, account. You might want to reduce your risk and just be a little bit more patient or a little bit more careful because they're making divergences on the roof. They're making divergences on the floor. They're like trapping. They're pumping. They're doing whatever the hell they want to do to confuse everybody. So, man, if people don't have a system, I don't know how they're doing what they're doing, or they're doing what they're telling people they're doing. Time is 12:35. It's 12:30 rejection into 12:35. Someone said in the group, the volume of MACD looks not great. Yeah, it really does not look great because the MACD volume was bullish, and then now the 1 minute candle is bearish, but like it's not good bearish, so it's right. It's not growing at all. It's at 0.04. Earlier it was at 0.08 when we were sliding crazy, so nothing burger for now. The MACD is inside the bigger MACD from earlier. Time is 12:35. 12:33. This is a 12:30 rejection on SPY. 12:35 is deciding what to do because it bounced at 12:30, deciding what to do into 12:35. QQQ heading lower. QQQ pulling back from the roof. The 5 minute bullish MACD is slightly dying on QQQ. SPY is trying to look like we want to go above the trend line, but some sort of confusion game coming, or maybe below the trend line on SPY coming. I'm going to short SPY right now for 1K. Time is 12:40. Time is 12:40. Let's see if we get a confirmation candle south. It is looking not great. Oh, yes. Okay. I'm going to leave in a minute or two. Not that much money as of yet. Just 6 cents off of $1.60. Maybe that is the leave though, because playing with small money and I'm chasing like this could mean, right? Cycle's about to end. But 12:30 rejection, bounce into 12:35. Bounce at 12:30 to 12:35. 12:35 fail into 12:40. Cycles are super tight. Something happening. Okay, here we go. It's weird. Contracts got spiked and then killed off for a sec. Time is 12:40, 12:38. Not much profit because I chased. But I'm gonna leave. This shit fails. Yeah, I'm out. They're spiking crazy. Big ass green candle coming, yet the puts are not going down on that. So, and a big ass red candle coming, and the puts don't go up on that. Or it went up for literally 5 seconds. It's not great. That was not a great trade, but I mean, I got it from 1236 to below the trend line. But you know what I mean? It could have went below, yes, but that's still 1235 into 1240. That's still dangerous, even though QQQ is going southward like that. We are still in a bullish trend. We were still in a bullish trend on QQQ. That is fair. Time is 12:40. There's some abnormal selling going on QQQ now, and maybe SPY is being led on that, right? Abnormal selling going on now. Abnormal selling on QQQ going on, dragging down SPY right now. Them bitches are going now. Okay? They're going now. After I left, but it's fine. Cause that is a big candle, so I can't chase the green, I can't chase the red. But I joined somewhere here at 1236. 1236, right before the trend line broke. So this is 1240 itself, right? This is probably best safe exit. Until a cycle confirms, bounces, and fails. For now, that's all I'm saying. If you want to get out in one full cycle profit, right, it's 1220 to 1240. 1220 to 1240. That is a reality. So, if you want to leave a max profit, most likely, I'm going to call 1242, 1243. If we go lower, that's 1245. But all I'm saying is, we could bounce right here. We could bounce here. The MACD, but we just need to see. The MACD is building red, right? But this could be turned off immediately too. So let's just see. Let's just let the bounce try is all I'm saying. The bounce is trying, right? 1241, 1241, right? I literally called out best safe exit, right? At 1241 because why? No cycle dump. I mean, this is a cycle, but small cycle. This is why I called out the exit because literally small cycle, right? And then now 1240, maybe bouncing to the roof, could bounce to reject, but we just need to see. All we can do is see. The MACD was bearish and now it's being turned off. So 1241 was best safe exit. I literally called out at 1241, right? Abnormal selling on QQQ happening. Best safe exit somewhere here in my opinion for now. We could bounce here at 1240. We literally are bouncing at 1240 for now. Because I'm thinking about the probability. I'm thinking about the possibility that we could bounce, right? Because it's never a bear, just bear, bear, bear. It's always a bear and bull. It's always a bull and a bear. So if the market has time, if the market has time confirmation and cycles, you know, why not try to deduct off them, right? Is all I'm saying. using the environment, using the MACD, using the volume, using your mind, your brain, what they're doing, what they're showing, right? So we pump, 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 pump with no cycle, basically, right? Every 5 minutes we were going up 1220 and we pulled back into 1240, right? Now this is a pullback. There's a gap here. So fair game. It would be more fair games for bulls if we were up here by, you know, somewhere 1235 level, but we don't have to be. This is still a 1240 bounce into 1245. 1245. Rejection candle coming to gap fill the QQQ gap on 1245 rejection. QQQ gap filled. QQQ gap filled. Let's see what happens until 1250. Just all I would say is take it slow, folks, right? There's no need to trade every single cycle. All you need to do is trade the best cycle and leave in maxed profit. So just take caution. 12, 12:30. It's just deciding what to do. It's not really bearish, it's not really bullish. It's just showing. I mean, it's bearish since 1220, sure, but like, the market really is going to go up and down like that today? We'll see. We will really see if it just literally just falls off like it did earlier or not. But I don't know. That chance is even less, I feel like, than we hovering here. We are above every single EMA, or not every single EMA. We're at 28 EMA. We're probably above POC on SPY. Yep, we're on POC on SPY. Maybe this was the, you know, 570 call hope, but we're still up north rather than south. We are still above the midpoint on SPY, towards the roof, then south. QQQ is near the roof still, basically. So it's not really bearish. We're just in a bearish small cycle trend since 1220. 1240 bouncing into 1245 trying. So if that's the case, let's just wait until 1250, 1255. Unless you want to trade this, because the MACD volume is dying, so maybe you can go long here, but the 5-minute MACD was dying, so I mean, the bearish MACD dies and the 5-minute MACD comes back, or what? Or it doesn't. Or the 1-minute MACD keeps building red, and then we keep pulling back, or we zigzag here, or some kind of game. Time is 12:50. Above POC on QQQ. We are at POC at SPY. Above VWAP. Above VWAP. We're playing with this trend line though. This intraday trend line since the morning. 9:50, 10:05 bounce, breakdown 11:05, come back 12, 12:15, breakout, come back, breakdown. Right? We're using this shit for now, right? Clearly. Maybe this might be happening. I think this is what's happening on QQQ as well. But don't trade on this solely. All right, I'm just putting it there so that we could literally see, right, just what's almost going on, which this looks kind of good. So okay, for technical trading, technical traders, we'll leave that, but we do not solely technical trade, because if you solely technical trade, if you solely indicate trade, if you solely bias trade, if you solely experience trade, you are not deducting. You are to a degree speculating on that factor. So the best thing to do is to take everything into consideration and do your best with the real facts. Sorry, I just got a phone call real quick. Come back. Time is 12:40. Time is 12:40. Sorry, 12:50. 12:40 bounce into 12:50 on QQQ. 12:40 bounce into 12:45 on SPY. 12:45 rejection into 12:50 for now. Small side on SPY. Small side. Okay, so let's see if QQQ runs up into 12:50. QQQ is running up into 12:50, and the SPY might, show weakness. So difference, or QQQ is leading SPY right now. 2, possibly POC. Possibly POC. That would be the midpoint. That would be the midpoint. But I'm not saying we're gonna go there, but I'm just saying 12:40 long, right? Safe exit might be midpoint is all I'm saying. If you deduct like that, yeah. If you can risk analyze like that. This is the midpoint, so not really on SPY, but QQQ is almost near the midpoint, right? 1235 level, I said, so 1235 level would be the midpoint. SPY's at POC. SPY's at POC. Nice. We might not dump until FOMC, bro. I wouldn't guess on a dump. Everything is bullish still. Even though we only bounced at 1240 into 1245 at the 1250, right? I'm just saying, like, the overall environment, even though we pulled back off of 1220, even though, HOD people kind of got hurt, I'm just saying, like, the overall environment, the candle structure, saying there's a lot of bears here, there is a lot of bulls here too. You gotta respect that too. Well, all I'm saying is, that's a weird ass candle on QQQ. It's been chopping up today, the entire day. On weird cycles. This was a weird cycle. This was also a weird cycle. Every 5 minute going up, which is nice and bullish, but still, if that wasn't there, right, this would not have happened. Is all I'm saying, right? But bringing us down, bringing us up, bringing us down, bringing us up is what I feel like is happening. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I don't know. Depends on who you ask, right? Depends on the positions they are having. Market went up, market went down, market went up. It's pretty wild. Time is 12:52. This is 12:50 and this is 12:50. This is still 12:50. The next candle is 12:55. So it might have been 12:50. We passed POC into 12:55. Looks like 12:55 now. So 12:55 at 12:53 up here. 12:55. They pushed the 1250 candle at 1249. You guys see that? They pushed the 1250 candle at 1249. Does that make sense? This is what I mean by you gotta just practice, because 1243 they rejected, right? 1245 or 1247 is higher. So I mean you can see it multiple ways, but they pulled back into 1248, 1249. They pushed up green, green, green. So 1249 start. So 1250 into 1253, right? 1254, which is 1255. Maybe I'm like really Asian, but like I'm doing a lot of math. I'm good at math, I guess. Mathematically round it up, round it down, just like you're in high school math. And then you paint the picture with that. Look at this top at 1223. That's a 1225, right? 1217 is right here. So 1225 is up here. And then 1226. So there's 1225 top and a 1225 bounce into 1230. The cycles are, I'm telling you, the cycles are crazy. 1230 rejected into 1235, bounced 1235, rejected into 1240. This is what happens when the cycles are unsure though, and like literally just tight. But the cycles are though. Yeah, now all we need to do, right, is to wait patiently and then literally risk. Paul said not risking more than 35% of the profit made today. That's what I mean. Like when FOMC comes, right, all we gotta do is risk 25-30% of the profit if you made like a couple of thousand on FOMC, and then what, 1K might turn into 2K, right, if you're lucky on FOMC. 1K might turn into 9K shit on FOMC, so literally all you need to do is just patiently wait. FOMC comes and another opportunity strikes. That is a dump. That is one hell of a dump. 1255. 1255 rejection into 1255. I'm tempted, but I'm not gonna go. I'm just gonna watch. 1255 rejection at 1253, right? Into time is 1255. 1256. QQQ gap down. Look at that gap down. That shit might fill later. 569.09. 569.09. QQQ 1 minute gap will most likely fill sooner rather than later. They move so fast though, literally. Cause like, look, 1240 to 1245 to 1250 to 1255, right? We look bullish. It looks like we should go break the HOD, but in literally 3 minutes from 1255 into 1255 itself, they just rejected in 3 candles, which is disgusting. And then now that it's 1255, it's bounce trying. You know, what is this doing? It's making bears hope. It's making bulls hope. Is it not? With time and data. And it's gonna what play with them until one side wins. This is literally how they get people involved though. Which they have to, because 0DTE puts and calls are things that are literally going to zero at the end of the day. There is zero. This is a zero-sum game. So the bears are gonna win, or the bulls are gonna win. One side's gonna win, right, and the other side's gonna go up crazy, and the one side's gonna get drained crazy, right? It's just how it works. But because it's like that, they need people to join both sides. Does that make sense? They need people to go into calls. They need people to go into shorts, so that we have something to play with. If you guys don't go into calls, if I don't go into puts, right? If you don't go into puts, if I don't go into calls, like when they're showing us whatever, like these 0DT puts or calls would be at $0. You know what I'm saying? It would be at $2 at 12 p.m. Like it would literally be at 2. You guys get what I'm saying here? But because the volatility of the market is so high, because the uncertainty is so high, and because why people, everybody in the world is speculating and guessing so goddamn much, this is working, right? That's all I'm saying. If you think about it like that, this is the reason why smart money print together. This is the reason why I keep saying we are smart money. Like the market is deducting together. The market is deducting together to crush everybody that's wrong in that cycle to that cycle. We are deducting together as a market to crush everybody to that cycle, and then crush everybody to that cycle, and then crush everybody that's here from that cycle to that cycle. Why? Because why? The wind direction, the pivot point. You get what I'm saying? It takes billions of dollars, and it takes a lot to break the roof and to break the floor. We take it as something that's like granted, right? Almost, but honestly, like yesterday, floor kept breaking, right? And the market keeps going up, 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 up. That's only happening because either there's so much money doing that, or everybody in the world is doing that together. If that makes sense. Whoever has the power. There's the majority. Gap up now. QQQ gap up at 569.23. Yeah, market is chopping and wilding now. Gapped up. So I literally said at 12:56, QQQ gap down, and most likely will fill, right? 12:50. When did I even say that? Where is the gap? $569.09. 569.09. So it looks there was a gap, and then they gap filled it when I was saying that. So yeah, I wasn't paying attention, but now there's a gap, 1 minute gap here. Right, so the moment I said that in the WhatsApp group, right, there are people in the world, like professional traders, that are going long just for the gap fill, and then they get the gap fill at, this is 12:55, right, rejection, no, this is a 12:50 rejection at 12:52, this is a 12:55 rejection at 12:55, right, and then a bounce at 12:55 into 11 at 12:56. Using that gap. So this is a small cycle, insane trading, but they're somehow able to do it because they could literally deduct using and through the 1 minute gaps. That's what I'm saying. Be a little bit careful with the 1 minute gaps because sometimes you print massive on that, and then sometimes you get trapped crazy on that. So you gotta know exactly what you're doing, and you gotta know how that setup is perfectly set up to do what it's doing in that moment. Time is 1. Time is 1. FOMC rate cut decision is coming out in 1 hour. Everybody will be tuned in for that. No, QQQ going up. Just confusing everyone. And look at that. Look at that spike. Like they're literally just playing around here. Spiking down, spiking up, but on POC. The only trade I really saw was from 12:20 to 12:40 easily. And then I called out, right? Best safe exit at 12:41, right? I literally did call that out, and then they bounced. I did not know they were gonna pull back like this and then do that. All I'm saying is at 12:40, if somebody went long, if I went long, I probably would have called it at 12:45 or maybe 12:50 if I was holding long for that. But you gotta get in fast. You gotta get in super fast. But all I'm saying is I literally called it out at 12:41 itself in the WhatsApp group. That right? 12:41 best safe exit for puts. We've been sliding since 12:20 to 12:40. It could be a bounce coming. All right, smaller cycle. Bearish MACD started dying since 12:41, right? Bearish MACD started dying since 12:41. I only called out that bounce because I literally said the MACD, yes, is bearish 1 minute, but it could be turned off. It could be doing whatever. And now that the bearish MACD did turn off, the 1 minute MACD is coming in bullish, or the 5 minute MACD is coming in bullish. Time is 1:05. This is a 1 p.m. bounce on SPY into 1:05, looks like. This is a 1:01 p.m. something, I don't know, 1:05 coming. It's a little bit diverged, SPY and QQQ, but QQQ is near the roof. SPY is also near the roof. Time is 1:05. This is 1:05 now. This is 1:05 now. Let's see what happens. SPY is at 636.64 QQQ, 569.43. Hovering near the roof. Hovering near the roof. Priming for a roof break or not? It's 1:05. Time is 1:05. I just want to say, guys, from the bottom of my heart, though, every one of you guys that are here, 193 people watching right now, thank you all for being here. That was amazing. Last couple of trading days, and also the people that were here in the group for quite a while now, you know, a couple of weeks. Thank you all for the support and the love that you guys have shown, because honestly, it was near impossible without you guys. Or it was impossible without you guys, because I would have had no viewers, but still. We've been printing since we've been together. So thank you all for the love and support. And thank you all for people that hit the like button. And thank you all for people that hit that subscribe button. Now I'm at 440. The like is at 103. Thank you all very, very much. So helpful. You guys have no idea. Wow. Big rejection coming off of 105. Big rejection coming off of 105. We're at POC. I mean, this is still, we're at the roof. So, you know, anything could happen here. We could pull back a little bit, dump off the calls, or we could trap and then go roof break. But we are literally at POC, meaning, you know, the choice is probably up to, you know, whoever has the most money right now, not us. We are just in it, just at POC, waiting, right? That's where the most of the money is, but people can literally push or time is 1:10. Time is 1:10. So in 50 minutes, the rate cut decision will come out at 2 p.m. and then at 2:30, the Federal Reserve Chair, Mr. Jerome Powell, will be speaking live to us while we watch the intraday chart. FOMC decision cut. Rate cut day. That is so damn bearish, candle. I don't know what the hell going on. They dumping off the roof, folks. But dumping off the roof, folks. Dumping off the roof. Damn. Short term. Pretty wild. Off of POC. Time is 11:08. Time is 11:08. It's literally 2 minutes. 1, 2. If somebody saw that at 3:06, I literally saw that and I said that's a big candle rejection, right? At 3:05 or 1:05. If somebody saw that and they went in, they would have done fine. It's just you have to get in instantly. But like the thing is, I didn't go, so I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm not gonna sit there and hope for another one, so another red candle. Time is 1:10 because we kept channeling up here. So even if we we could channel up here is what I'm saying. That is a possibility. We do not know if BOC is gonna hold. We don't know if it's gonna go lower, but this is roof hoping. This is roof hoping almost hurting calls, but still. Does not mean we go to VWAP. QQQ is holding the fort at the roof. QQQ is holding the roof and SPY is losing it. SPY is losing it. Losing it. Time is 1:10. Small cycle trading right now. Small. I got that move earlier. There's no need for me to literally go long here with big money. There's no need for me to go short here with big money. I could maybe do a small scalp. Maybe 1K, because 1K is my smallest size. The world's best trader, the world's best scalper uses 3 different trading sizes. Why? Because it's 3 different risk management levels. 1K, 2K, 3K. I like that guy, bro. I'm telling you, once I started changing stuff around in my life, I started printing because I'm telling you, like, you gotta have different trading levels for different, risk. Because this is not the same. This is not the same as this. You know what I mean? You know how easy it was to print from 10:55 into 11:15. You know how easy it was to print long from 11:50 to 12:20. Like, all you gotta do is just put your money in and close your eyes. So literally, like, okay, going down more. All I'm saying is the environment makes things more risky, right? Time is 1, and Jerome Powell, Mr. Powell comes out at 2, and then market closes at 4. So 0 DT. Some people don't even want to do after 12 o'clock, right? Which is fine. It's just when those moments come, but you want to deduct, and you see small cycle scalps, then you just use one of your more risky positions. But if you don't have levels marked like that, like 1K, 2K, 3K, or like 2K, 4K, 5K, whatever it is, if you don't, you're literally just going to go in big, go in small at every single point without knowing, right, how good that is, how bad that is, where you are, what, are you in 1/3, 2/3, are you in 3/3, whatever it is, and it's just, that itself is what makes people lose money like crazy. Speculation, hoping, but also no risk reward with your money type of thing. It's a 1:10 bounce, right? I called out short-term bearish, right, into 105 into 110 now, right, and 110 bounce trying. 110 bounce trying. 1 minute ago. I said short-term dumping at 308, and then we went lower into 310, and then now bounce is trying at 310, right? So all this is just cycle analysis. All this is just time confirmation, bounce trying, and QQQ gapped up and gap filled, and we'll just see what happens. Let's see what happens. I'm actually wondering what FOMC is gonna do. Will FOMC bring us down, right? Or will FOMC bring us up? I'm gonna do a poll for that. Let's do a poll for that. Will FOMC drag us higher or drag us lower? That is the poll in the WhatsApp community. If you guys want to type in the YouTube chat as well, let's just all vote so that we could all see everybody's market sentiment live right now. So that, I'm not saying trade on that, but I'm just saying we could all see everyone's, thinking, everyone's, outlook, so that we could deduct and try, because honestly that's what I used to do. I use that as well as the SPX put to call ratio, and I would literally watch the Thailand cycle in these chats, and I would be like, oh, let's do it, like the majority thinks, and sometimes the print, sometimes different, but yeah, still pretty interesting to see. One person voted drag us higher. One person voted drag us lower. YouTube, Angie said down, Justin said down, Kiffer said up, Jay said up, Hedrick said lower, Captain said up, Corey said 5 minute, about to cross. How about 5 minute, about to cross north, most likely speaking, or south, you speaking? The bullish MACD was turned off since 12:25. Into time is 1:15. So now that time is 1:15. There's 45 minutes. The market is about to do a move, probably up or down, into Jerome Powell, and then we will also have a move while FOMC happens. We are still near the roof on QQQ. We are not near the roof on QQQ, but we're like in between the roof and the midpoint. VWAP is the midpoint. QQQ is trying to go higher, and SPY is trying to go lower. There's a nuclear candle that came in at 112. 112, there's some weird algo candle coming. So maybe this is like a range that they're marking. I don't know. We'll see. We have 3 people that voted drag us higher, and then 1 person that voted drag us lower in the WhatsApp group. So I'll vote with that 1 person. Yeah, everybody is expecting no rate cut. Paul said if they cut, we go higher. If no cut, we go lower. Sky said, I thought it was confirmed that there's no cut. Like, honestly, yeah, it's confirmed, but nothing's ever confirmed, right? Remember what happened in December last year? Nothing's ever confirmed, but it's supposed to be no cut. SPY trying lower on 115. So this is 110 bounce, 110 rejection. Cycle is getting super tight. 115 bounce for now. This is 115 bounce for now after a 110 rejection at 112. Confusion candles are coming. Confusion candles are here. Confusion candles are coming. Confusion candles are here. 5 minute is slightly bearish on QQQ, but the bounce is here from 115. Let's see what happens in 16 seconds into 120. SPY 110 low holding in this small cycle. Candles are coming bearish. Time is 120. $110 rejection into 115, 115 bounce, 115 rejection into 120. Yeah, this is, be careful. They're chopping like crazy now. QQQ is not going lower. SPY looks like it's going lower, right? But they're chopping like crazy here. Unless this really does go lower into 120 itself, but I don't know. I wanted to do small right there, but like I don't know. There's no point if I'm gonna do small, right? So just waiting for a really good move I think is better to me. 105 to 110 rejected, and then 110 bounced into 115, 115 rejected after the rejection from 110 to 110. Cycles are crazy. It's 120. It's 125 coming up in 4 minutes. QQQ is trying to go higher on that. And 115 is being obscured on QQQ. That means it's dangerous to be short or long. SPY is saying short, QQQ is saying long. Do you guys see that or not? You guys see something else? That's so weird. QQQ volume is bearish on the 5-minute candle, so I mean. Okay, this is southward. Southward, I think. Looking. QQQ might be faking. Time is 1:20. These candles are so trash to trade on, though. It is actually really bad. Hovering near the roof on QQQ. Someone said no trade. Probably best to no trade. Cause no clear direction. Just chopping at the roof. QQQ looks like it's chopping up with the 5-minute bullet. 5 minutes bearish, and the SPY looks like it's chopping down. So difference in what they're showing, difference in what they're doing. This is burning calls though, right? This is burning them calls right here. That's what I think. This candle movement's so whack. Unless they go in that late, go up later, but QQQ holding up like that is kind of sus with the MACD being bearish. We could get one nice red candle to view at, or all this is a trap. $125 in 45 seconds. 125 coming up in 45 seconds. So some people are making a deduction to short. Some people are saying way too much risk. There's no point because QQQ is going higher. SPY is doing different stuff. So we'll see what happens literally in 25 seconds. 25 seconds. Time is 1:25. What a day though. What a run. What a drop. What a run. What a day. Right? What a fucking day. Time is 1:22. In 3 seconds. Time is 1:25. Going southward. Going southward. I told you time is 125, right? Time is 125. 120 to 125 playing out. Oh my lordy. Oh my lordy. I was thinking about doing 500 or something, or like 800 right here, but like there's no point. I mean, could have just done 1K, but still, it wasn't really sure until about here. That was a clear deduction, but I don't know. These candles are kind of freaking scary. These candles are scary. My deduction was though 123. We got a low, signifying 125, but still that is, yeah, 120. Mm. Oh, where is it? That's what happens when the cycles are super tight though. They confuse people, and then the real direction shows because there's people trapped at the roof here because of the roof. This shit. So the arrow is saying since 11:15 the wind is north or neutral, right? And we went north. It's just we did not break the what? HOD. So we're basically in the two pivot points, right? Now we're going back to the midpoint. POC is midpoint. I don't know if people are crazy enough to target that, but yeah. All I'm saying is the market shows people the roof. The market shows people the roof, and then it shows them the midpoint. It shows them the floor. It shows them the midpoint. So whatever it is, with time, with cycle, every single day, it's the same thing. Every single day, we do literally the same thing, and every single day, you can empower yourself by deducting constantly through every single frustrating moments, through every single energy draining cycle, through every single goddamn confusing looking candle. If you practice and practice and practice and practice, and you give yourself in to what you don't know, right? The unknown, and you basically reset yourself as a person, you are gonna learn some things that you have never known before, right? Just by practicing every single day. But that's literally the key. Just doing it every single day. And then the next day you get a little bit better, the next day you get a little bit better, the next day, the next day, the next day, and then in literally 2-3 months you look back and you're like, yeah, that was a little bit amateur compared to what I'm doing now, right? Which what I'm doing now is trading. What I'm doing now is complete non-biased, non-guessing, non-speculative work. Just complete hard work, which is trading. That is real trading. Time is 12:30. It's 12:25 rejection showing, right? 12:25. Oh, sorry, 125 rejection showing possibly to 130, possibly to VWAP. I'm not gonna keep saying VWAP because I don't want people to get trapped. You know what I'm saying? QQQ did not go higher into 127. This could be trapped in 30 seconds, and then we could see a green candle into 127, changing the story. But for now, there's a quick story building. To trade on this though, right here and right now, is insane. To trade here, right now, and right here based on this is insane. But all I'm saying is, I see the problem. I see the, you know what I'm saying? I see the candles for what it is, because they're building a picture. 6 seconds, this candle closes. We don't even have to go higher right here. We can go higher into like 132, right? It'll signify 130. We'll see. But until that happens, it does not happen. Until that happens, this is what's going on. Until that happens, the market is showing us this. But it could be like this, right? But that really depends on the MACD, the environment, and everything. But that candle is 125, 126, signifying 125. 126 does not signify 130. How? 126 is closer to 125, right? So yeah, look at this rejection, right? 125 rejection to 130, most likely probability, but I would not trade on that. I'm not gonna say the most, that's retarded. Most likely probability. There's no point in typing that out. Yeah. We could go a little bit lower, but the candles are not moving a little bit lower, so we have been going a little bit lower since 105 into 130, right? 105 into 130, so 25 minutes of lowerness. 25 minutes of lowerness. And now that we are here at 130, in my opinion, I'm pretty sure we break this low in the next 2-3 minutes, but like, I don't know. I would not trade on that itself, but all I'm saying is it's a possibility to signify the finale move into 130 at the minimum from 105. That would bull trap people from 1225, right? That would bull trap people from 1220 top. So let's see. Maybe VWAP finale coming. Maybe, or maybe not. Maybe that's a hope. We will only see by just waiting with the cycle and watching the time. But not to go before. To best to go after. That makes sense. Right now it feels too late, but I mean, could be a bounce to short and then go into VWAP and then leave immediately when they hit it. The cycles are so tight. I literally said they've been barcoding southward. It's like over here. QQQ was barcoding up, right? At 120, I was like, oh, SPY is barcoding southward, but QQQ is barcoding northward, right? And the SPY went a little bit south, and then QQQ pulled back to where it was earlier. So it was southward. It's just like it ain't going that much yet. We could get a massive red candle in the next 2 minutes, though, signifying 130 finale. Time is 131. Time is 131. QQQ said. It looks so weak compared to these candles, though. It looks really weak compared to those candles in the morning. The mornings, we just get go, 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 go. This is go, stop, go, stop, go, stop, go, stop, go, stop, go, stop. Time is 1:31. Time is 1:33. So this is a 1:30 bounce into 1:33 showing. 1:35 at the minimum. SPY is heading lower and lower towards VWAP. Looks like, right, knife chopping down. There is a bounce at 1:30. Maybe bear trap coming, but still. Maybe it's creating a wedge here before FOMC as well. We'll see. Bull flag wedge on QQQ. Finding support. 12 o'clock. Interesting range. That is a very fast bounce. We're almost at the midpoint of this whole entire drop in 2 minutes, in 1 minute. The MACD coming in out of nowhere, just killing the bear side and then going long. This VWAP, maybe thinking people trap. Small cycle, but like cycle crazy fast. 0 DT moving crazy. The calls are winning for 5 minutes since 132, 133, 134. So 3 minutes. But this is a 5-minute cycle, technically speaking, right? That is a vertical run. Look at SPY 1 minute candle. What the it just gapped up like out of nowhere. Yeah, wow, it just gapped up. There's a 1 minute gap on SPY. Just know that. There's a 1 minute gap. Gap filled. Gap filled. Instantly. Time is 1:35. 25 minutes until FOMC.
The Board of
Press
Governors is the
conference.
governing body of the Federal Reserve System. It's an agency of the federal government that reports to and is directly accountable to Congress. The board consists of 7 members, or governors, who are nominated by the President of the United States.
Oh. Let's go. I believe this is POC. Maybe we are hovering at the POC, not going towards VWAP. Just waiting until FOMC. Literal chop for 2 hours or an hour since 12:20. So hello. Oh, you talking about the FOMC? Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, thank you. It's their website, Federal Reserve live broadcast. They have a little infomercial about the Federal Reserve. We were at POC. Jazzy said, "What's the strategy you use?" The strategy I use is wind, trend, and cyclical, right, cycle, and pivot point analysis, along with deciphering the 1 minute candle in relation to the 5 minute candle strategy. And no hoping, no guessing, and no speculating, but deducting strategy. If that is a strategy, I made up my own strategy, something that works for me. To find the LOD, to find the HOD, to find the wind direction, to find the MACD coming in bullish. But Maybe we break the roof on this, or maybe we nut. Time is 1:40. So while we were talking, we pushed off through 135 into 140. This is a little bit of a flag building. We're 40 cents away from HOD. But we've been ranging here like crazy. It's bear trapping everybody on SPY that got involved for this cycle, 105 to 130. In 10 minutes. Possible squeeze at the end. Possible squeeze. Time is 1:40. They're trying to run this thing. HOD is 20 cents above. HOD is 10 cents above on QQQ almost. Time is 1:40. Flying now. The MACD volume really bullish on the 1 minute candle. A nice push volume. Nice push volume coming. QQQ gapped up. QQQ gapped up. HOD break trying. HOD broke. High today broke. On QQQ. Wind is north. Wow. Look at that gap up. On the 1 minute candle. Time is 1:40. We're pushing it up on QQQ at the end too. Wow. SPY is being pushed because of QQQ. Divergence is cleared. They're clearing the divergence at the roof. High today is 10:40 now, not 10:30. That was a crazy 10-minute push. What in the... Alright, the wind direction is south from 9:30 to 11:15. The wind is north from 11:15 to 1:40. The wind is south or neutral from 1:40, right? Do you guys see how the pivot point, how the wind, how the trend direction changes, right? This is the reason why calls are getting spiked, because the HOD breaks. Everybody goes into calls. People are thinking this is more bullish, 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 and they leave a QQQ 1 minute gap here. And then the environment is now bullish because everything is bullish now, right? Well, look at that gap up on the 5 minute candle as well. Well, this is literally how they do it. This is how they do it. HOD cleared at 140, so they could go higher into 145, 150 and then do it, but I think that gap fill is going to fill at some point or another. Let's see when. Time is 140, but they literally, that's a breakout 1 minute gap, right, on the 5 minute candle too, so they could literally hover and kill people using that too. There's a gap on the QQQ 5 minute. This is dangerous for both sides now. But yeah, if you were in long for that, good. But now that it is gapped up at 11 or 140, FOMC Fed meeting is in 17 minutes at 2 p.m. And we will be live streaming the FOMC Fed meeting right here on the live stream, just like this, while we trade. So let's see what happens to the market. The market broke the HOD. Time is 1:45. SPY is going higher into 1:45 still. QQQ should break out here. QQQ pulled back off of 140, so there's a divergence now on the roof. QQQ running up to catch up to clear divergence into 145, looks like. So expect another green candle trying on SPY. Looks like. Time is 1:45. The divergence is about to clear, trying. The MACD was super bullish. At 140 it kind of looks sus, but after 140, after the HOD break, yeah, super there, right? But literally as it was building, was literally to watch that build and to go long. I called out the MACD's building, but I just did not go long for some reason because I did not think HOD was going to break like that. But they do it like that with the 5 minute, with the gap up. Okay, this is the high today at 145 now. There is no divergence. No divergence on the roof. Divergence cleared. Okay, I'm in for 1K SPY put right now. Time is 1:45. Gap filled on QQQ. I'm not out yet. I'm leaving right now. 1,060. I'm out. Let's go. 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 That's how you do it. Let's fucking go. 1 minute trade. I got in right here and I got out on this candle. I knew they were gonna gap fill this and then go one more candle, but now that it's 145, let's see. That's how you play the gap fills. This is literally how you play the gap fills like a professional. Like a motherfucking professional. Ted said Trump news coming out. Powell probably won't lower interest rates today. Okay, interesting. So nice pump for 10 minutes. Pulling back off of 145 into 150 looks like, using the gap. Okay, Federal Reserve rate change is coming out in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. That's a nice trade. Damn, they're going, but like for me to hold after that is literally hope in my eyes. So yeah, I mean back in the day, folks, before I used to live stream, right? Before I used to let things run like crazy. I mean, which I still do sometimes here and there. I used to let things run crazy the entire day, but like it's just I realized, right, that there's a crazy amount of risk associated with that. Like we play crazy sometimes, right? But it's just you gotta realize sometimes the calls or sometimes the puts get absolutely shredded. And it's just when you're in the cycle and you're in the cycle, it's just harder to know. is really a lot harder to know. Like yesterday, the literal call went from 3K to $600. Like there's no way somebody would have known. You know what I mean? There's someone that held the entire day and that did not know. But it's just like the market literally moves up and down crazy. It's so dangerous out here that, man, that is a crazy candle and QQQ coming out. SPY is not going lower. There's people that shorted up here than me. Well, I just wait. I wait until that, and then the moment I say that, time is 150. This is one single cycle, right? This is no confirmation. One single cycle, shorting, 5 minutes, 145 into 150, using the QQQ gap. But we really could have reverted here and went higher into 150. That's all I'm saying. There's just other environments, other factors right now that's at play. And QQQ broke out on the 5-minute candle and we're pulling back. Ten minutes before FOMC. 10 minutes before FOMC, we nuked up, and then now we're halfway up, halfway point of the nuke up. Halfway point of the nuke up since 1:30. This is bullshit. We're at the midpoint right now. My put went from 1K to 1.2K is what I usually target. Like when I'm in for 1K, right? I target like $120. If I'm in for 2K, I maybe target 500. But it's just FOMC things are very uncertain. I really want to hold from the top and get an entire move, 100%. Fuck yeah. But I mean, chances are, right? This could not have bounced. MACD's growing red, right? But I mean, bro, it's hindsight. You could have held that with the gap film went, but I'm just saying. Wow. Wow. You know what I'm saying? I did not know that was gonna be the peak, is what I'm saying. Like, I think, it's so bullish that we bounced in something, but this is straight up dumping off the top. Damn, yeah. Chris said out early. Yeah, me too. Feeling a little bit FOMO now, but seriously, how do we know that it's not going to bounce at 150 up here, right? At 147. You guys get what I'm saying, though? Time is 150, right? 151. You get what I'm saying here? We could have bounced at 147. We could have bounced literally at 147. How does anybody know that this shit's not going to bounce? We don't. We literally don't. So all I could do is leave in the max profit at 146. Like, sure, that's not good, but still, yeah. Because that shit is at 1.2K right now or something, but still, yeah. 10 minutes. FOMC rate cut decision, 2 p.m. There's so many people that went in calls at the top. I'll tell you that right now because of the MACD, because of the way we broke out like that. And that was a 5-minute squeeze at the end, I said, right? And we literally just went up on the MACD looking bullish like that, and then we pulled back. So this is like some different sort of cycle, breaking out with the MACD looking bullish because FOMC coming up, meaning it could be truly bullish or today, or it's dangerous. We were bullish today though. We were bullish today. This is a 150 bounce into 155 trying, and the QQQ gapped up again. And gapping up, gapping down everywhere. Yeah, 150 gap up to 155. This is crazy stuff. This is literally what I'm saying, right? I expected this here. You guys got what I'm saying? I expected this right after the gap fill, so that is like, yeah, in hindsight, sure, we could have held a lot longer, but like the environment, like everything, wind direction, pivot point is saying the candles would have done this, you know, at some point or another, right? So this shit is crazy. Bearish MACD completely killed off in 2 minutes, right? With that gap up candle into 155. Just dancing on the PO, dancing on the EMA on QQQ. We're dancing on the EMAs, dancing on SPY right now. EMA too, bullish, like bullish EMA above VWAP. So I'm not saying bullish right now. I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean. We are above POC, we are above EMAs, above VWAP is what I'm saying. So the market looks like it's bullish is what I'm saying. The market environment is bullish is what I'm saying. The 5-minute MACD, is this bullish? It's kind of sus. That's what I think. $155. So let's see what happens from 155 into 2 p.m. Wild stuff. Market is chopping up and down right now. 2 p.m. is here though. FOMC rate cut decision is coming out in 5 minutes. Let's get a countdown in the last 10 seconds, right, guys? Last 5 seconds. Let's do a FOMC in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we'll see some big boom green or big boom red. So that's gonna be fun. Let's see it. Kristen Arrow said President Trump talking about markets and insider trading. 155 rejection, tiny bit into 2 o'clock trend. 2 o'clock and 4 seconds. Time is 1:56. What? Let's get prepared for FOMC. Let us get prepared. Time is 2. Time is 2. We are right under the HOD. So are we priming for a breakout or what? The gap up. I mean, the setup is saying we break out into 2, but the MACD is crazy. Being turned off, turned on, turned off, turned on. And now what? Being turned back on bullish? Roland said in our group, President Trump just said he hears that the Fed cut rates, the Federal Reserve will cut rates in September. So some sort of cough cough insider news comments coming out. That is pretty funny. It's not insider news, but he's just trying to help, move whatever. Time is 2 p.m. 2 p.m. is going higher than 1:55, right? Time is 2 p.m. 2 minutes. Market is near the roof. Man, Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Let's focus up. Get prepared to deduct through the chaos, through the volatility, through the cycles and the time. The press conference, we will go live at 2:25 p.m. But for now, time is 2. In 35 seconds. Everybody make your decisions. Everybody close your positions, or everybody go into your positions, because it is FOMC in 22 seconds and counting down. Here we go. We are above VWAP, POC, EMAs. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2 p.m. Wow. Big red candle coming and then eating up on QQQ. 2 p.m. time is, and the market is not doing anything yet. Candles are going up, trying to break the HOD. Let's see if this holds. HOD has broke at 2 p.m. This candle has to hold and close in 30 seconds. High today has broke. SPY is going up as well. Looks like the calls are printing for now for 40 seconds. Calls are winning into 2 p.m. 15 seconds the candle closes. QQQ says nuke green candle for now. On the 1 minute, on the 5 minute, into 2 o'clock. We're trying to sell it off at 2:01. Let's see if the bottom of that low holds or not. Let's see. The bottom of that low holds or not. It's playing with 50 cents at 6. Candles are coming in, bearish now pushing. Bears are pushing now slowly. Bears are pushing slowly. Here we go. I'm in for 1K. Possible VWAP touch. Time is 2:03. Here we go into 2:05. This is most likely best safe exit in 30 seconds. I'm not going to front, guys. Most likely best safe exit. We just touched VWAP. Time is 2:05. Coming. I'm holding this shit for 1 minute. It's crazy candle spike down. I'm going to leave 50% actually. Fuck this shit. I'm out. 50%. I'm going to leave everything in 1 minute anyway. I don't care. Time is 3:05. Market is dancing like crazy. This is still 2. If this does not close lower, this is 2. We gotta see what happens here with this candle closing in 28 seconds.
into 205. Looking like they're pushing lower. It looks like. That does not mean they're going to do it. We just need this candle to close lower in 15 seconds, or it might bounce at 201. This is bounce trying, technically speaking here. This is bounce trying technically at 201, 202, at 2, okay? Technically speaking, this is a cycle. It's representing 2 up here as well, if that makes sense. Man, I was thinking a little bit lower to 205 and then bear trap everybody, but it's bear trapping already off of 2. This is like some small cycle shit going on right on VWAP. The VWAP was literally best safe exit, looks like. Time is 205. And bounce is trying off of 202. POC. Bear trapping off of 2. Time is 205. Man. We are at POC on SPY. We are at POC on QQQ. The rate cut was Fed leaves rates unchanged for a minute. We touch POC after VWAP. Bounce at 2. Let's see what happens. Time is 2:05. In 45 seconds, it's going to be 2:10. I don't know what's going to happen here, but we just got to find out by waiting. If you're not in, you should wait. Time is 2:06, about to be 2:07. It's bouncing up now, trying to break the 2:05 high. So either this high breaks or either this low breaks into 2:07. Lightning candles coming. Back at POC. 2 p.m. bounce at 2:02 into 2:05, right? For now. 2 p.m. bounce at 2 into 2:05 for now on QQQ as well. Time is 2:07. They're trying to go. This is dangerous stuff. Time is 2:10. And QQQ went higher into 2:10, 2:07, and SPY. SPY did not. Right? There's a massive game going on right now. Massive game going on. QQQ is going higher from 2:05 to 2:10. SPY bounced from 2 to 2:05 and then holding below the 2:05 high into 2:10. So in 4 or 5 minutes, it's about a bear trap or bull trap everybody. Looking more and more bear trap. Looking more and more bear trap. I'm not gonna lie, the MACD's dying bearish. Looking, right? I don't know what that means. That could mean true. That could mean a 5-minute candle crazy right now. They're ranging on 2. QQQ's pushing up.
QQQ is pushing up and SPY is showing some sort of a small rejection candle off of 205, but nothing significant because nothing's building. SPY doing that while QQQ is going higher. Probably better for people that are waiting and being patient right now, to be honest, than rushing into something, because I think they're toying with people that were in, you know what I mean? They're toying with people that were in to leave or to lose money or to whatever, you know what I'm saying, until they do it. Whatever the hell it is that they're doing. So, oh, I don't know why I did that, my bad. That's literally what's going on. They're toying with everybody until they go one direction. That might be north. I'm not saying south. I'm literally saying, you know, QQQ showing north, SPY is, you know, doing some weird movement. So one side's about to get hurt after people get trapped on hope. People you know, going more. Looks like 210 bounce from 205. Now it's looking more and more bullish. MACD bullish. Nothing on the 5-minute. Says bearish now. This is bear trap from 2. Bear trap from 2. For now. I left half in profit and I'm leaving, I'm holding half right now, which is very risky. Very risky, but yeah. They are ranging here. Not good for calls or puts. QQQ is flying high. Trying. SPY is looking different. But QQQ could lead SPY. QQQ could lead SPY. Definitely trying to lead SPY. Gap fill above. Wild. Possible though. Possible. Because the wind has been continuously north today since, I think, open on QQQ. Yeah, 9:30. Rejection coming off at 210, tiny bit, into 215, trying. Right? 215 in 25 seconds. That is the 210 rejection into 215, looks like. Nothing is really going on, folks. QQQ is at the high, SPY is at the middle. It's nothing yet. Better to let the market go and then show us, and then we go. If you're not in already, but yeah. $215. This is 210, 210. So cycles are crazy right now, right? 210, 210, 215. Deciding what to do at 213. It's gonna decide what to do in the next 4 to 8 minutes, but like some crazy stuff. Nobody has any control over it because someone else has control at the moment, up or down. We're just in it. If you are in it, yeah. Q. Come on, do dump it to VWAP. Like I'll just, I'll call it at VWAP. I don't know, man. If they do go to VWAP though, they dumping this thing, right? But like still, I don't wanna. It's so painful. It's so painful. That little 5 minute, 10 minute run. This is 215 and 215 rejection. 210 rejection into 215. Okay, 210 rejection into 215. Candle says this is 213, right? This candle says this is 213. The bears are showing strength now. QQQ is sliding off the roof. So wild candles coming. Wild candles coming. The puts are getting spiked crazy. People are going into puts crazy right now. Maybe it's time to leave. The put that I got here is literally at the same price right now because they're going in crazy. Bro, that's crazy. It went higher than it went earlier. What the This might be a bear trap. I did not leave the rest of my shit into that though. That is crazy, bro. Time is what? 2:15. Man, bear trapping off that too. But literally the puts got spiked crazy into that candle. It was lower than literally somewhere here. It's mixed. I think people shorted somewhere 213 and then left into that. Cause that's what I would have done. If I waited and waited, I would have shorted at 210 and then left into 215. But I think that just happened. I don't know about lower, but you know what I'm saying? I think somebody shorted from 210 into 215 and now it's fair game. 210 into 215 and 215 is bouncing into 210, 220. So, ooh. Ooh. Let's see what happens into 220. 220. Come on. Just go to VWAP. Let me out. Let's go bounce to moon. Time is 2:20 in 15 seconds. Because this candle is 2:16, 2:17 in 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna leave into this, okay? Come on, baby, go, 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 go! Put spiked beautifully. This shit is at where I was, down here. Time is 2:20. Maybe they're ranging here, but we'll see. If 2:20 holds at 2:17, or we go way lower. Time is 2:08. I think we go a little bit lower. I don't know about way lower, but like the candles are saying a little bit lower. Go, baby girl, go, baby girl, go! Trash. There's bears trapped here, so maybe they're not gonna go right now. I don't know. There's bears trapped on SPY. There's bulls trapped on QQQ. QQQ heading lower. Or not. SPY. Just do it. One candle. One candle is all I need, like always. Okay, I am going to run at 1.6. I'm out at 1.59. That's more than what I bought in for earlier, so I don't really care. Somehow people are going in puts like crazy right now. That's why it's getting spiked. There's calls trapped here, puts trapped here. FOMC. Press conference in 10 minutes. We'll go live in 7. Weird. Weird. Bounce coming on QQQ. 220. Bouncing at 220 trend. Time is only 220. So either we get a consecutive candle into 225 or this bounce is fake. Time is 221. 225 is coming up. QQQ is building on that. SPY is not. So two different pictures showing. SPY wants to go lower. QQQ wants to hold. I don't look at that's a nasty ass candle. How it's going lower, it doesn't. Going lower, it doesn't. Going lower, it doesn't. Okay, there we go. Yep. Time is 222. I told you, you either get a consecutive candle or the bounce is fake, right? The bounce is fake. That was the bounce to short. Time is not yet 225, but I guarantee you we almost get a red candle into 225. I almost guarantee you. We might not, but yeah, we'll see. We went a lot lower though. Then, wow, we'll see. Nothing's guaranteed ever, but yeah, these candles are doing something. Doing something. It went lower since 210 to 225 for 15 minutes, right? But we just like barcoded. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down to confuse. And then now, 225 is bouncing, holding to low. To bounce into 225. Time is 223. So this is technically a 220 bounce to 225 for now. 220 bounce to 225 for now. QQQ at 220. SPY at 220 itself to 225. So SPY at 222. at 225. You know what I mean? Cycles are super fast, so sorry. Cycles are super fast, but I thought we go a little bit lower into 225, but the candles are moving insane. Got a VWAP touch though, basically twice. Got a VWAP touch. So it looks like people that went in before FOMC, right? Printed. People that chased got hurt. I was able to leave him probably because I left half down here and then I left half here, but when I left half here, it was literally like basically at the lowest of over here, like 1.6 or some shit for some reason. And if they went lower than that, the people that went short, right, got more profit, right? People that went short here maybe got relieved a little bit for a second or two, and then they got trapped, right? QQQ 210 was bullish, so they trapped calls here, and there might be a trap here, bro. That's all. You know what I'm saying? That's literally this is live deducting, right? If I have the SPX put to call ratio live right now, it's 400 or $350 a month for me to stream it. But like, I mean, I think that's in like a month or two in the future when I have some more. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but if you have all of this live in front of you, you could literally deduct so much better. 225, right? Where are we rejecting off? The top, the bottom of the 2 p.m. candle. So we could see some sort of a rejection of 225 into 230, or this could be fake itself into go higher to 230. The only way we'll know, right, is I'm not speculating. I'm not going to say we're going to go lower to 225 to 230 based on my experience. Based on no. Like I'm literally saying the market is deciding right now at 225 to go do this into 230, or it's deciding to, you know what I'm saying, into 230. Whatever is going on, or is this whatever it is, it's doing it with time, with cycle, based on. Now it's breaking up above it into 230, trying. This candle has to hold for 50 seconds and it has to close at 227 for it to count, right? Or else it's a fake out breakout. The MACD is coming in bullish. Time is 2:30 almost. In 30 seconds it will be. Okay, let's go live. FOMC press conference. Sorry about that. Alright, we don't need the audio for now. Time is 2:27, so they're running up into 2:30. Running up into 2:30 showing on QQQ. 2:27. SPY is rejecting on 2:27. It's showing. MACD bullish. MACD is bullish. The real Chris said, good music. Yeah, bro, that's from the Federal Reserve. That music that you were hearing is literally from the Federal Reserve. These people are bumping. These people are bumping until our Federal Reserve chair comes out. Mr. Jerome Powell, live in 3 minutes. I think at this point, it's better for you to wait until the market breaks out or it breaks down and then retest or something, because this is literally playing inside, right? People that went in left, they did good, but like it's just I think there must be so many puts right now, and there must be people getting into so many calls right now that they might be giving both sides hopes and dreams for a little bit. Calls are winning though on QQQ, but like they pulled back at 210 earlier, so there's some people here. We're not clearly breaking out yet at 2:30. Time is 2:30. So I literally said here at 225, right? We gotta wait until the market decides to reject to go to 235 or 230, or we break out above this, go to 230, or we break out, fake out, or we break down, retail, whatever the hell it is, into 230. Time is 2:30, and they are trying to push it into 2:30. QQQ is breaking out above at 2:30. This might be a breakout above 2, or it just pulled back off the 5-minute. What the hell is that? Yeah, it just pulled back from the top 20 cents. So we'll see what happens. Candle closes in 5 seconds. We're dancing on POC. The MACD QQQ bullish. The MACD on QQQ is bullish, yet we keep doing some weird stuff at the top. With the candle looking, I'm just saying, this is still bullish, but I'm just saying, we're doing some weird stuff at the top because we're arranging here, it looks like, for a little bit. Oh, Jerome Powell is alive.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has been running somewhat above our 2% longer run objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged.
Time is 2:30.
We believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments.
MACD
I will
bullish.
have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity has moderated. GDP rose at a 1.2% pace in the first half of this year.
We broke out above 2 p.m. candle. Looks like we're going above right now. I said that in the WhatsApp
year.
group 30 seconds ago.
Although the increase in the second quarter was stronger at 3%, focusing on the first half
Bull
of the
push
year
coming up.
helps smooth through the volatility in the quarterly figures related to the unusual swings in net exports. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending. In contrast, business investment in equipment and intangibles picked up from last year's pace. Activity in the housing sector remains weak. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid.
Shorting.
Payroll job gains averaged 150,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.1% remains low and has stayed in a narrow range over the past
Possibly
year.
below 2 p.m. level right here.
Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment.
I'm not in anything right now.
Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in June, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.7%. These readings are little changed from the beginning of the year, although the underlying composition of price changes has shifted. Services inflation has continued to ease, while increased tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market-based and survey-based measures.
I called it out on the WhatsApp group.
Beyond the next year or so,
I called out best safe exit up here.
Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal.
Time is 2:35.
Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote
This is
maximum
best safe
employment and
exit.
stable prices
Best
for the
safe
American
exit, too.
people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%, and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Changes to
Wow,
government
long.
policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy
We might go
remain
for the gap
uncertain.
fill. We might go for the gap fill. I
Higher
don't know.
tariffs have
This
begun to
is
show
getting
through more clearly to
dangerous now.
prices of some goods, but their overall effects on economic activity and
235.
inflation remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. But it is also possible that the
I called out
inflationary
best safe
effects could
exit for push
instead be
down
more
here, though. That's the
persistent,
funny part.
and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. For the time being, we're well positioned to learn more about the likely course of the economy and the evolving balance of risks before adjusting our policy stance. We see our current policy stance as appropriate to guard against inflation risks. We're also attentive to risks on the employment side of our mandate. In coming months, we will receive a good amount of data that will help inform our assessment of the balance of risks and the appropriate setting of the federal funds rate.
Gap fill coming.
At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions
showing.
as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on potential revisions to our statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, and are on track to wrap up any modifications by late summer. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
And that is the end of.
Thanks,
Powell,
Chair Powell.
thank you.
There's a lot of
God
lean
bless
in the
America.
markets,
Let's see
and
what
not to mention out of the administration for a rate cut now in September. Is that expectation unrealistic at this point?
So, as you know, today we decided to leave our policy
Wow.
rate where it's been, where I would
Dump,
characterize
dump,
as
dump, dump,
modestly
dump, dump.
restrictive.
Crazy.
Inflation is running a bit
I'm
above
going for 1K
2%.
right now.
As I mentioned, even excluding tariff effects, the labor market's solid, historically low unemployment, financial conditions are accommodative, and the economy is not performing as though restrictive policy were holding it back inappropriately. So it seems to me and to almost the whole committee
Or gap
that
fill.
the economy is not performing as though restrictive policy is holding it back inappropriately, and modestly restrictive policy seems appropriate. All that said, there's also downside risk to the labor market. In coming months, we'll receive a good amount of data that will help inform our assessment of the balance of risks and the appropriate setting of the federal funds rate.
So just to follow up, by coming months, does that include the possibility you'll be getting essentially 2 rounds of jobs and inflation data between now and the September meeting? Is that potentially adequate to make a decision to
I can't
lower
even
rates
leave.
at
This
that
is
point?
fucking
So you're
fast.
right, we do have, this is an intermeeting period when we'll get 2 full rounds of employment and inflation data before the time of the September meeting.
I'm out.
We
I'm
have
gonna
made no
fucking leave.
decisions
I'm out,
about
I'm out,
September.
please.
We don't do that in advance. We'll be taking that information into consideration and all
Holy
the other
shit, it's
information
flying.
we get
Okay, I'm out.
as we make our decision at the September
Oh
meeting.
my god.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You took out the word, or the notion that uncertainty has diminished from this statement. Does that mean uncertainty has increased? And I'm just wondering, the administration has struck several deals with
So
large
fast.
trading partners
Wow.
where it seems like we now know what the rate is going to be. Does knowing that rate add to your certainty to change policy, or do you need to
Going
wait
so
to see
fast.
the economic effects?
Holy shit.
So,
I don't want to go back in, but like that shit is flying so fast
essentially
right now.
the statement in in our statement about uncertainty
My God.
reflects what's gone on since the last meeting. So at the time of the last meeting, uncertainty had moved down a little bit. But it was more
1K to
this time, so we took
1.2K in a
out,
fucking minute. Holy shit, I did not get
had
that, but
diminished
like
because
that
it
literally
didn't
just went there in a
diminish
minute.
further, so there's not really much in that.
I just
And
left
then your
in
second
like a
question
tiny ass
is,
profit.
again,
Holy fuck.
There have been several deals that have been struck, and now we seem to have an idea what the tariff rates are going to be with some of our large trading partners. Does that not add to the kind of certainty
Time
you
is
might need,
240.
or is it you're waiting for the
Market
economic
dumping.
effects?
Market
to
dumping, market
show
dumping, market
themselves?
dumping.
No, I think we're still. So you're right. It's been a very dynamic time for
We don't
these
know if
trade
lower than this
negotiations,
shit.
and
We
lots
did
and
not
lots
break
of
the low of
events
the
in the
2 p.m.
intermediate
candle.
period.
We're
But
still in a
we're
bullish
still,
trend, technically
you know,
speaking.
a
So it's
ways
not
away
really
from
dumping,
seeing
dumping,
where
dumping.
things
I'm
settle
just,
down.
my bad,
We
guys.
are
I'm just
clearly
literally
getting
saying,
more and
the
more
candles are
information,
crazy, so be careful.
and you know, I
We're
think at this
retesting.
point, people's estimates,
636,
our estimates,
62.
outside estimates of the
Candles are insane right now.
likely, you know, effective
I think the MACD is
level of
super
tariffs
bearish, though.
is not moving around
Candles
that much at this
crazy.
point. But at the same time, there are many uncertainties left to resolve. So yes,
Candles
we
are
are
fucking
learning
crazy. I
more and
literally
more.
told you
It doesn't
235
feel like
rejection rate.
we're
Like, that shit's
very
crazy.
close to the end of that process, and that's not for us to judge.
240.
But it feels like there's much more to
it's at
come.
1.38K. That's
You know, as
insane.
well looking ahead.
Somebody got puts here, bro, for 1K. It's at
Chairman.
1.4K now. Holy fuck.
Axios. This morning we got a GDP report in which final domestic private purchases
crazy
decelerated
fast.
slowest pace since 22. There was a weakness in the interest-sensitive sectors and residential investment, commercial structures.
Wow.
Are those not signs that monetary policy
240,
is
240,
a little
folks.
too
Best safe
restrictive
exit right now. Best safe
given
exit.
current economic conditions?
So the GDP and PDFP
Big ass red
numbers,
candles. We do not know if
came
it's gonna
in
go
pretty
lower.
much
You gotta let
right
this shit
where we
bounce.
expected them to come in. You got to look at the whole picture. So certainly, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, economic activity data,
This shit
GDP,
is
private
crazy.
domestic final purchases, which we think is a narrower but better signal for future, for where the economy is going, has come down to
This is
a little better
crazy.
than 1%, 1.2%, I think, in the case of
Crazy
GDP
5-minute
for the
trade.
first half, whereas it was
Crazy
2.5
5-minute
last year.
trade
So
from
that has
the-
certainly
from
come
the
down.
tippy top.
But
From the tippy, from the
if you look at the labor
tippy
market,
top.
what you see is, by many statistics, the labor market is kind of still in balance.
1036,
It's
right?
things
1030.
like quits,
Sorry, I can't even fucking talk.
you know,
Two-
job
oh my
openings,
Lord.
and let alone the unemployment
Puts,
rate.
puts.
they're
Go,
all
go.
very, by many measures,
Holy
very
crap, they're
similar to where
going.
they were a year ago. So you do not see weakening in the labor market. You do see
I'm
a
not going
slowing
in, but
job
like, holy
creation,
fuck,
also
they're
a
going.
A slowing in the supply of workers. So you've got
That
a
shit went
labor
to
market that's in
1.6K.
balance,
Oh my Lord.
albeit partially because both demand and supply for workers is coming down at the same pace, and that's why the unemployment rate has remained roughly stable, which is why I said we do see downside risk in the labor market. I mean, our two mandate variables, right, are inflation and maximum employment, stable prices and maximum employment, not so much growth. So the labor market looks solid. Inflation is
241
above
bounce,
target,
240
and
bounce.
even if you
Try.
look through the tariff effects, we think it's still a bit above target, and that's why our stance is where it is. But as I mentioned, you know, downside risks to the labor market are certainly apparent.
So on labor, given the fluid labor supply situation, is there a number for this jobs report we get on Friday that would look to you like equilibrium job growth?
You know, the main number you have to look at now is the unemployment rate, because it's true that the demand for workers in the form of, let's call it,
Time
just
is
say payroll
240.
jobs, that number has come down, but so
Bouncing.
has the break-even number,
245
kind of
to
in
bounce.
tandem.
240 bounce.
So,
245 try.
you know, as long as that puts the
240
labor
pounds
market
coming
in balance, the fact that it's getting into balance due to declines in both supply and demand, though, I think it is suggestive of downside risk. So we of course will be watching that carefully.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. Two of your colleagues called for a quarter-point cut today, and I'm wondering what aspects of their argument were most compelling to you and how you're weighing their
Candles
views
are
against
sticking. This
those
is about
on the committee
Candles are
who, as
sticking.
of the
This is
June
about
forecast, were in the camp of the Fed holding interest rates steady for the remainder of the year.
Bearish MACD dying.
And
They're going long.
just in terms of the June SEP
We don't
in
know until when,
particular,
but 240
is
to
that still the best
245, 240 to
representation of where the core of the
245.
committee is?
So on the
Interest rate is up
dissents,
here,
you know,
sorry.
what you want from everybody, and also from a dissenter, is a clear explanation of what your thinking is and what are the arguments you're making, and we had that today. So I think basically this was quite a good meeting. all around the table where people were, thought carefully about this and
Just focus,
and
we're
put their
good.
positions
Everybody
out
just
there.
focus, we're good.
As I
Time is
mentioned,
2:45.
the
Time is
sort of the
2:45.
majority of the committee
All the market does
was
is
of the
cycle,
view
time
that inflation's a
confirmation,
bit
that's all
above
it is.
target,
That's all it
maximum
ever is.
employment is at target.
VWAP,
That
let's see
calls
what
for
POC.
modestly restrictive, in my way of thinking, modestly restrictive
candle, man.
stance of policy for now.
Holy,
We have
holy
two
candle on
dissenters who I think,
SPY, folks.
you want that clear thinking
Holy
and
fucking candle on
you
SPY,
know,
folks.
expression of
I
your
did not
thinking,
know
and
we
we
did that.
certainly had that today. I think all around the table. In terms
QQQ,
of
all the way up top, look
you
at this
asked
shit.
about the June SEP, I
Crazy.
wouldn't.
SPY
You're
puts
right. That's
crazy
what it says,
crazy
and that
print.
may
SPY
well.
puts crazy print from the top.
I couldn't point to it 6
Mother
weeks
God.
later as
From
as
the top
expressing
to
people's
the
side.
bottom.
You really can't do that. We don't run an SEP, and I
Times
don't like to
245.
substitute in my own estimate of
Wow.
what the SEP might be. We don't have one. So I'll just say that
Bounce.
we haven't
This
made
is
any
bounce
decisions
sticking.
about September, monitoring all the incoming data and asking ourselves whether the federal funds rate is in the right place.
And just on the point about policy being only modestly restrictive, does that mean that there's actually not much scope to reduce rates once the conditions for a cut are met, barring a significant weakening of the labor market?
So let me say, my own estimate is modestly restrictive, and
POC
there are
touched.
a range of views of what the neutral rate is at this
We
moment
touched
for our economy,
2
and
p.m.
so others may say
algo
it's
candle.
more restrictive or less
We
restrictive.
call this an
even.
algo candle, right, guys? Look at how we printed on that shit, right? Like how we printed on that shit, going
At
down,
some
going up,
point,
everything.
When we return to moving toward a more neutral stance,
time is
we'll be
2:45.
making that judgment as we go. I don't
Shit
think
is
we
all
have
it
a
is, bro. This is
preset
literally
course.
CPI,
It's not so
PPI candle.
mechanical as saying,
Same fucking shit.
we've
Sorry.
derived with great
Sorry for my
confidence the
language, I'm
neutral
sorry.
rate, and that is our destination, because really we understand that no one actually knows what the neutral rate is. We know it by its works, and that will be how the way the economy reacts over
Look,
time
keep breaking at this bullish.
to
Bullish.
slightly looser policy.
Trying to look into 245 still.
Nick Timmeros, The Wall Street
Look at
Journal.
this is in and out,
Chair
in and
Powell,
out. Yep, long
My
in and out.
question is
You're
about
right,
what
in
have
and
you
out, in and
learned
out.
over the
Yeah,
last few
crazy.
months about the
But if
inflation
you deduct
generating
through the cycle,
and price
if you use
pass-through
time
process? And
confirmation,
just to
you're
drill
good. That's
down,
all
the
I'm
June
saying.
CPI report showed evidence
All
of
I'm saying.
tariff-induced
Shit
goods
happens so fast.
inflation. Now, the tariff landscape
Still a bounce.
is
Because we're
only
above
starting to
2
be
p.m. candle,
settled
right?
with some of these
Above.
more recent deals.
Anything
Given the
above-
lags between
Ooh,
when
duck, duck,
tariffs
duck, duck, duck,
are
duck.
announced and
Be
when they
careful.
show up in goods
Be
prices,
careful, long.
is 2 months a long enough horizon to evaluate the impact and be confident that tariffs aren't impacting the broader inflation process?
I think you have to think of this as still quite early days. And so I think what we're seeing now is substantial amounts of tariff revenue being collected on the order of $30 billion a month, which is, substantially higher than before. And the evidence seems to be mostly not paid only to a small extent through exporters lowering their price, and companies or
$700 doing
retailers,
it.
sort of people who are upstream, institutions that are upstream from the consumer, are paying most of this for now. Consumers it's starting to show up in consumer prices, as you know, in the June report. We expect to see more of that. And we know from surveys that companies feel that they have every intention of putting this through to the consumer, but the truth is they may not be able to in many cases. So I think we're just going to have to watch and learn empirically how much of this and over what period of time. I think we've
So
learned that the
fast.
process will probably be slower than expected.
It's not even
at the
going
beginning,
down.
but we never
The
expected
put
it to
is
be
not even
fast.
going up, I mean.
And we think we have a long way to go to really understand exactly how it will be. So that's how we're thinking of it right now.
So if I could follow up, is the reticence to look through core goods
Crazy
inflation being
candle,
driven by the
man.
judgment that during the pandemic expectations proved more adaptive than anyone at the Fed expected? Is it being driven by uncertainty over how restrictive policy is?
You could argue we are a bit looking through goods inflation by not raising
Right,
rates.
POC,
we
folks.
haven't reacted to
Going
new
southward, time
inflation,
is
but
250.
I mean, I
This
wouldn't-
might be
I wouldn't
best safe
insist
exit
upon
right now.
that,
I'm
but,
going to leave right now. Okay,
I don't think-
$860. I'm out.
I think the base case, as I
Fuck,
said,
I'm out.
a reasonable base case is that
I got failed
these
at
are
$860. I'm
one-time,
fucking out!
one-time price effects. Of course, in the end, there will not be.
All I'm saying is cycle,
inflation, because we'll make sure
deductions,
that it's not.
time
We'll go through our tools to
confirmations.
make sure that this does not
All you need.
move from being
All
a
you ever need.
one-time price increase
We
to
retest the 2
serious
p.m.
inflation.
Look at this
We
shit.
want to do that efficiently.
Right? We might break the 240. We
wanna
might
do
break
it,
the 240 level. I'm not gonna
if
lie.
you move too soon, you wind up maybe not
shit is
getting
crazy.
inflation all the way
This shit is
fixed,
crazy.
and you have to come
240
back.
level
That's
might break
inefficient.
off, 'cause
If you move
FOMC,
too
bro.
late, you
Don't
might
be
do too
surprised if it does,
unnecessary
that's all
damage
I'm
to the
saying.
labor market. So
240 level breaks
there
off right
won't
now.
be
I'm
in
telling
the
you
end,
right now, this shit's about to
any
break
big
off right now,
inflationary
folks.
problem. What
Sorry,
we're trying
bro.
to do is
So don't,
accomplish that
my bad.
in a way that
240
is
level breaking
efficient.
right now.
But in the end, there should be no doubt that we will do what we need to do to keep inflation under control. Ideally, we do it efficiently.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio.
They
The
might
one
dump
big
this
bill,
today, guys.
leaving
They
aside the
might dump this
adjectives,
today. LOD coming.
do you expect it to add stimulus to the
LOD
economy
right
in
here.
2026? And
Don't-
would
don't
that
be
be
LOD
an
over,
argument
okay?
for remaining on hold or cutting back on the number of rate cuts you would expect for next year?
So, of course, let me just ritual disclaimer that we don't express any judgments or anything like that on fiscal legislation or other legislation for that matter. But I would say when you think that, you know, the biggest part of the bill was making permanent existing law on taxes, I don't think we see it as particularly stimulative. There should be some stimulative effect, but it shouldn't be significant over the next couple of years.
And to follow up,
Mac,
what do you,
super
well,
bearish.
I don't want to put this in terms of you and the president, so let me ask it this way. Do you have concerns about the cost of keeping rates elevated for longer terms of interest rate charges?
Yeah, no,
I'm
that's,
going in
you know,
for 1K
we
right now.
have a mandate, and that's maximum employment and price stability.
$940.
And it is, it's not something we do to consider the cost to the government of our
LOD
rate
broke,
changes.
so
We have to be able to
forget
look
about LOD,
at
hoping this is
the goal
LOD.
variables Congress has given us, use the tools they've given us to achieve those goals, and that's what we do. We don't consider the fiscal needs of the federal government. No advanced economy central
this,
bank
ready?
does that.
Watch
And
this,
it wouldn't
ready?
be good for, if we did do that, it would be good
Watch
neither
this,
for our
ready?
credibility nor for the credibility of U.S. fiscal policy. So it's just not something
I'm gonna
we
take profit
take
right
into
now.
consideration.
Victoria.
1,040.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. When it comes to the
can't even- there's
renovations
no time
of
for me
the
to draw
Federal
this
Reserve's
arrow.
headquarters that the administration has been looking into, do you see their interest
is
in that
LOD.
issue as being directly tied to the president's push to get you to lower interest rates?
This was FOMC dump.
Not for me to say.
FOMC
I will say
dump
we
done.
had a nice visit
FOMC
with
dump done.
the president. It was an honor to host him. It's not something that happens very often at the Federal Reserve to have the president come over, let alone to visit a building. But it was a good visit.
Are there any aspects of the project that they've raised that you see as making you reconsider any aspects of the project?
So, you know, this project was hatched and conceived almost a decade ago now, and we went through the very long process of clearing it through historic preservation at the National Capital Planning Commission, and a lot of back and forth there. It was very constructive.
Bear trap for
we
now.
started out to do the work,
Best
and
safe exit.
we're very well along on that work, and I was quite pleased to have the president say multiple times that what he really wanted to see was us getting this construction completed as soon as possible. That is our focus, and that's what we're going to do.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. What message do you take from the fact that inflation hit 2.1% last September and has bounced higher since? Why do you think financial conditions are restrictive and a neutral rate's below 4% when inflation has stopped falling for almost a year?
So inflation, when you talk about these 12-month inflation measures, you're always battling residual seasonality. So we'll have, for example, 2 months of high inflation sometimes early in the year, and then inflation turns lower, and a lot of that may just be an artifact. So that's why we look at the 12-month numbers. I think inflation is most of the way back to 2%. There are things like the catch-up inflation. So, for example, all the insurance costs that are they're only now going through inflation, but they actually reflect inflationary pressures from 2-3 years ago. So that's got to go through. In addition, now we have 3 or 4 tenths of inflation in core inflation from tariffs. So And we can't really separate that out.
255.
We're not going to have a separate, kind of inflation that isn't the tariffs. We're always going to be dealing with all of inflation. But the composition, as I mentioned, has really changed.
Unbelievable.
And if you go back to the last couple of years, it was all about services inflation, which was being very sticky. Now services inflation is coming down nicely. Goods inflation was well behaved before, and now goods inflation is going up. So the story
People are
has really
not liking
changed.
what
That's
Mr.
partially
Powell was
because
saying.
of tariffs. It's also partially because we had restrictive policy in place, and we've
want us to
seen
not
that
like what
the
he's
result of that gradually work its way through the services economy.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to ask is, are you comfortable that BLS can continue performing their mission effectively if they take an 8% reduction in headcount and authorized spending as the administration has proposed?
I'm not going to comment on the administration's proposal. I do think, as I've said, I think that we're getting the data that we need to do our jobs, and I think it's really important that good data helps not just the Fed, it helps the government, but it also helps the private sector. People in the economy, they use this data a lot too, so it's quite important for our economy and certainly for the Fed's work and other government agencies' work that we continue to get better at data. That's what we've been doing for 100 years. We've been getting better and better and better. It's very hard to accurately capture in real time the output of a $20+ trillion economy. And the United States has been a leader in that for 100 years, and we really need to continue that, in my view.
Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. How concerned are you with the data that we're coming in, showing no significant upward trend in inflation over the past 6 months, that the wait-and-see approach for inflation is actually giving companies cover to raise prices?
Uh-oh.
How concerned am I that say that again?
The wait-and-see approach is giving...
The wait-and-see approach, what do you mean by that?
For cutting rates. You're waiting to see if the tariffs
QQQ
will
might break
affect
LOD.
inflation.
I think LOD
So
about
it's
to
a
break.
wait-and-see approach.
So that
very bearish.
Policy's restrictive. When we start
Might
cutting
be
it,
a
it'll go
1-minute
toward
trade,
neutral.
but
Okay, this delay though, where you're saying there's a one-time price increase for tariffs, which possibly could lead into bigger inflation or more inflation.
Unbelievable.
Is that
Times
giving
2.
companies cover though to raise prices?
Well, what may be giving, it's not our policy stance, what may be
Looks like
giving
they're dumping
some
into 3
companies
p.m., guys.
will certainly be taking advantage
not
of
gonna
the
lie,
fact
this
of the
looks like a
tariffs and all
dump
of the
into 3.
discussion of how they're going to, companies will raise prices when and as they can. And you saw it famously in the first administration of President Trump. During those tariffs, washing machines were
dumping
tariffed,
into 3 p.m.
But dryers
That's what's going
weren't.
on. LOD about to
But
break on
the
QQQ.
price of dryers went up too, just like washing machines. So companies will often they'll cross the street in a group, if you know what I mean. That'll happen. We don't see a lot of that. I mean, what we see now is basically the very beginnings of whatever the effects turn out to be on goods inflation.
LOD broke.
And I'll say again, they may be less
Divergence is
than
cleared.
people estimate, or more than people estimate. They're not going to be
Dumping
zero.
crazy.
Consumers will pay some of this.
Time is 2:55
Businesses
still,
will pay
not
some
3
of this.
p.m.
Retailers will pay
Time is
some of this.
2:55 still, not 3 p.m. They're dumping
But
crazy.
we're just going to have to see it through.
What a dump day.
Just follow, if I could, some additional tariffs have been in place since February, and things really haven't broken yet with the economy. So how do you justify to somebody who's looking for a house, who's facing a 7% mortgage and maybe can't afford those rates? How do you justify that?
Talking about mortgages.
Well, so the housing is
dump,
a special case, right?
Mega dump.
We don't set mortgage rates.
Time
at
is
the
3
Fed, right?
p.m.
We set an overnight rate, and the rates that go into mortgages are
This is
longer
3
term
p.m.
rates, like treasury
I
rates
called out
might
their
be
bottom.
30-year
Looks like they're
rates, might be
dumping at
shorter than that, but it's
2:56.
not
I
the
called that
overnight
shit out at
Fed's rate.
2:56 p.m.
Something
right
we
here.
don't have any
Looks like
effect.
they're
We do
dumping
have
into 3
an
p.m.
effect, but we're not the main effect. There are other things going on in the housing sector, and one of those is just there's kind of a long-term
Now
housing
FOMO, but I'm
shortage that
good.
we have. We haven't built enough housing.
I'm happy where I'm at.
This is not something the Fed can help with, but then that'll be the case even after things normalize. So I think the best thing that we can do for housing is to have 2% inflation and maximum employment, and that's what we can contribute to housing. There are lots of other jobs to do for the private sector and Congress, but that's what we're trying to get to. I mean, we've made a lot of progress toward that. We have a very good labor market right now. Inflation, we were very close to 2%. We're seeing some goods inflation move us away, but so far not very far away.
Chris.
Time is 3. LOD is here.
Hi, Chair Powell.
Divergence
Thank you.
cleared.
Well, can you give us a little more about what kind of economic data does the Fed
25
need to
minutes.
see before you'll be ready to cut? I mean, do you need inflation back nearly to target? Are there other things in the pricing that you look for? Do you need to see weakening in the job market? What kind of things are you looking for?
What a sell.
I mean, ultimately, it could be any of those things, right? But you know, if you saw that the risks to the two goals were moving into balance, if they were fully in balance, that would imply that you should move toward a more neutral stance of policy. This is the special situation we're in, which is we have two-sided risk to both of our goals. When we paused, inflation was above target and the labor market was pretty good. So you know, that was a time when policy was restrictive when we paused. And to be restrictive is to be supporting a return to our inflation target, right?
3 p.m.
So as the two targets get back into balance, you would think you'd move in a way
Have a good day,
closer
gentlemen.
to
They're gone.
neutral, and that the next steps that we take are likely to be in that direction. What will it take? You know, it'll be the totality
told
of the
you they're
evidence. As I
dumping
mentioned,
into
there's
3
quite a lot of
p.m.,
data
right?
coming in,
I
which
did not
before the next
expect that.
meeting, will it
Did
be
not expect
dispositive
that.
of
I'm not gonna lie to
I-
you.
You know, it's really hard to say.
But
We don't make those decisions
call that out.
right now. So
I
we'll have to
saw a
see.
250 bounce
Well, I
and
guess just in
255
terms
and
of
then 3
inflation,
p.m.
though, for
I
example,
just
like,
was literally
will-
changing charts. You guys saw me live, right?
Some people would point to
I
if it
so much
remains
shit I have
only
to
in
do.
goods and it doesn't bleed over
That,
to
yeah.
services, then
Just
maybe
calling it out
that's
loud, though.
evidence
That was 3
that the
p.m.
tariff
Monkeys
effect is
bearish.
going to be a temporary one-time
Crazy
thing.
bearish.
Is that kind of thing affect your thinking, or do you just
Crazy
need to see the
bearish.
number come down
I think
closer to 2?
We'll look at everything.
632 as
You know,
far as that.
it's
Market isn't
as I
sell-off
mentioned, you know,
mode.
a pretty reasonable base case is
1 hour.
that this will be a one-time price increase.
1 hour.
And in
Dumping
the
off
end,
the last
we'll make sure that
week.
that's the case. We're just trying to do that efficiently. And efficiently means getting the
Everybody, welcome
timing
to
right, so
Mr.
we
Jerome
don't,
Powell,
again, if we go,
FOMC day. This
if
is
we cut
like
rates too
December of
soon,
last week,
maybe
or
we
last
didn't finish
year.
the job with inflation. History is dotted with examples of that. If you cut too late, then maybe you're doing unnecessary damage to the labor market. So we're trying to get that timing right, and that's effectively what we're doing.
Wow.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. Just a
Bravo for
question
put
on the
holders.
dollar. We've seen it
Bravo
decline
to
quite
put holders.
heavily this year. I was wondering if there's been any discussion about that at the
Congrats to
meetings
the
and
team.
to what degree that may be complicating
People
your
are saying they're up
attempts to get
130
inflation back to
something%.
target.
So this goes back to the division of labor between the Fed and the Treasury, as you, I'm sure, know. And you know,
Chris Dinero said market's down
Treasury
over 300
only,
points.
speaks to the dollar. It's not something that's been a topic of,
Look at the
you know, major
The VWAP's
discussion at
VWAP's
all
toasted. It doesn't know what to do.
At the Fed, I wouldn't say it doesn't come up. If the
Time is
transcripts
3
when they come
p.m.
out in a
Look
few
at
years,
that
they'll
sell
probably
from
reflect some mentions
255
of the
to
dollar,
who
but it
got
would never
that?
be a major focus.
And just to follow on, if I may, to Andrew's question, I think the amount of imputed data in CPI now is up to 35%. I mean, is there any discussion of that as well? Is there any consideration of looking at alternative measures, data scraping and so on, in order to just ensure you've got a good read on what's happening to prices in the US economy? Thank you.
You know, we're monitoring the situation. We do, of course, I mean, as you know, during the pandemic, we looked at a whole lot of new kinds of data. People are looking at big data sets that you can get from all sorts of places, and we do all of that. But we really need the government data. Really is the gold standard in data, and we need it to be, you know, to be good and be able to rely on it. And
Bounce trying at 3. Bounce trying at 3, guys.
You know, if we,
Small or real or not?
what we need.
Jay O'Brien.
13
Hi,
seconds.
Mr. Chairman. Jay O'Brien, ABC News. President Trump has obviously invoked your name a lot. He has personally pressured you. Are you
could go to the
concerned
midpoint of the
with
drop.
the way that conduct
That
might
could be a
impact
target
the
for
Fed's
calls.
independence going forward?
I'll just say that, so I think that having an independent central bank has been an institutional arrangement that has served the public well. And as long as it serves the public well,
They're talking about the Federal
should continue
Reserve.
and be respected. If it didn't serve the public
Mr.
well,
Powell is
then-
talking about the Federal
then it wouldn't be
Reserve.
something that
What
we should
its
just
role is
automatically
in
defend.
society,
But
bro.
what it gives us, and other central banks, what it gives you
Welcome
is the
to
ability
BESTSPY
to
live
make
trading, guys. We make
these
money
very
here. We
challenging
make money
decisions
here by trading the
in ways that
real
are focused
direction,
on the
traps,
data and the
and
evolving
what
outlook, the balance of risks, and all the
the
things we
pivot
talk
points,
about, and not
cycle,
political
and
factors.
time
And so
confirmation.
governments all
Okay.
over the advanced economy world have chosen to put a little bit of distance
No
between
speculative
direct
trading,
political control of those
deduction-based
decisions
trading.
and the decision makers. So if you were not to have that, there would be a great temptation, of course, to use interest rates to affect elections, for example. And that's something that we don't want to do. So I think that's pretty widely understood. Certainly it is in Congress. And I think it's very important. I'll just say that.
Maria Eloisa.
Afternoon, Sir Powell. Maria Luisa Capurro from Bloomberg News. You mentioned a slowdown in consumer spending, and I wanted to see if you could walk us through what was the discussion with the committee
Well, it
around
puts her
that.
at
We've
$5,
seen
things
delinquency
are at
rates
$1.
rising for upper income households. How do you see that evolving in the next few months, and how much of a vulnerability that is for the economy going forward?
Somebody
Consumer
just put it
spending had
6
been
times. I'm not
very,
gonna-
very
somebody put
strong
it
for the
six-
last couple of
600%.
years, and had repeatedly forecasters, not just us, had been forecasting it would slow down, and now maybe it finally has. So, I would say, if you talk to credit card companies, for example, they will tell you that the consumer's in solid shape, and that spending is at a healthy level. It's not growing rapidly, but it's at a healthy level, and delinquencies are not a problem. You mentioned high-end delinquencies. I don't know what to make of that. I read the same thing, but so generally, and if you look at the banks, and when the banks talk about in their earnings calls, the performance of credit has been good. So essentially, you have a consumer that's in good shape and is spending, not at a rapid rate, but it's true, and it was again right in line with what we expected. The GDP data that we got this week. And I think it's still a little bit difficult to interpret because you have these massive swings in net exports, which may also be affecting. Some of that can be can affect consumer spending as
Time is
well.
3:05,
It's one of the data points that we pay most careful attention to, and there's no question that it's slowed. And we're watching it closely, but we also watch the labor market and the performance of inflation. Those are our two variables that we're assigned to maximize.
And just to follow up on what my colleagues were asking about this sense, Governor Waller said that the labor market is on edge, and he was pointing to weaknesses on the private sector. I was wondering, you've said that the main number to look at is the unemployment number overall, but what was the discussion about the state of the private jobs market?
So I'm not going to talk
Bear
about
trap,
any individuals,
This might be a bear
any
trap.
individuals' comments. I wouldn't do that. But I think what we know is that private sector job creation, certainly in the last report we'll see on Friday, but had come down a bit. And if you take the QCEW adjustment seriously, it may be even low, maybe close to zero.
QQ did not
But the
go lower by
unemployment
1
rate
cent.
was still low. So what that's telling you is that demand for workers is slowing, but so is the supply. So it's in balance. Oddly enough, you've got a very low unemployment rate, and it's kind of been there for a year, as job creation has moved down. But also we know that because of immigration policy, really, the flow into our labor force is just a great deal slower, and those two things have slowed more or less in tandem. If you look at things like I mentioned, quits, look at wages. Wages are gradually cooling. Look at vacancies to unemployment. Those things have been pretty stable they haven't really moved a lot in a full year. So I think if you take the totality of the labor market data, you've got a solid labor market. But I think you have to see that there are downside risks. You don't see weakening in the labor market, but I think you've got downside risks in a world where unemployment's being held down because both demand and supply are declining. I think it's worth paying close attention to it, and we are.
Nancy.
Hi, Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. One more question on the lack of unanimity in today's decision, the 2 dissents. Was there talk during the meeting? I know you're not going to talk about exactly what individuals said, but in general, was there talk during the meeting of cutting rates, and what was the case against that at the meeting?
Sure. So, we have an economic go-around where people talk about the economy, and then the next, and that's yesterday, and then today we have a monetary policy go-around. All the way around the table, everyone gives their views. So the discussion around policy was, the majority view was still what it has been, which is that inflation's running above target, maximum employment is right at target. That means policy should be a little bit restrictive, somewhat restrictive, because we want inflation to move all the way back to its target. So that's where people have been and still are. Two of our members felt that the time had come to cut, and that they, for the reasons that they're going to express. I won't tell you the reasons. They'll issue some kind of a thing in the next day or so.
Mackie is dying.
But that's the story, and I would say, well argued, very thoughtfully argued all around the table, good arguments, and it's a situation where, unusual situation. The economy's in good shape, but it's an unusual situation where you have risks to both your employment mandate and your inflation mandate. That's the nature of a supply shock, and it's probably not surprising that there would be differences and different perspectives on that, as well as different views of where the neutral rate is, so that different views of how tight policy is. So we have those. I will say what you hope is that people, explain their positions very thoughtfully and clearly, and we absolutely had that today, all the way around the table. I would call it one of the better meetings I can recall from that standpoint.
And you've said you're waiting to be confident inflation is heading toward your 2% target before you start cutting rates. When you do get that confidence, would you be in favor of lowering rates right away?
It's not quite the way I would put it. I said that's why we think policy should be restrictive, is because, inflation is above target. When we have risks to both goals, one of them is farther away from goal than the other, and that's inflation. Maximum employment.
I also agree with you.
That means policy should be tight, because tight policy is what brings inflation down.
We don't have to do
if you came to the view that the risks to the two were more in balance, that would imply that policy shouldn't be restrictive. It should be more neutral, more a neutral stance, and that would be somewhat lower than where we are now. No one knows exactly where that is. So that's the framework I think I'd be taking, and we'll just have to see. We're going to be obviously looking at a lot of data in the next cycle. It is one of the cycles where we have 2 employment and 2 inflation reports, and we'll see where that takes us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking the question. Jeff Cox from CNBC.com. A metric that you like to cite a lot is the final sales to private domestic purchasers. That was down to a 1.2% gain in second quarter from 1.9% in Q1, suggesting that there's some softening in underlying demand. I just wondering if you look at that, you combine that with some of the housing numbers, the weakness that you acknowledged at the top of your remarks, that the housing market is in fact weak, and the inflation numbers from GDP today came down to 2.1% for headline, 2.5% for core. I'm wondering how much more movement you would need to see from these data points before you would be comfortable with cutting in, say, September.
It's going to be the total. Hard to answer that specifically. PDFP, I think, for the first half, private domestic final purchases, or final sales, as people call it, was 1.6 on the first half. GDP, I believe, was 1.2%. That's the whole half. You mentioned the quarters. So those are slower. But GDP is bumpy quarter to quarter, half to half, and often gets revised, after the fact. The labor market data we still think is continue to think is the best data we have on the economy, and that shows a 4.1% unemployment rate. It shows wages, still at a healthy level, but moving ever closer to what we would regard as long-run sustainable, consistent with longer-run productivity and 2% inflation. So the labor market is actually still quite solid. Inflation is above target, even ignoring tariffs. It's a little bit above target, and tariffs. So we're watching
Monday,
all of that,
Tuesday,
and again, trying to do the right thing in what is a challenging situation because you're being pulled in two directions, and you have to decide which of those it took to go in. And actually, at some point, if they're sort of equally at risk, then you really want to be at a neutral policy stance, which we're not
Bear
right
burn
now.
for now.
So it'd be safe to
Bear
say that
trap.
if the data kind of stays in line with where it is right now, that you wouldn't be comfortable with cutting in September?
I'm not gonna say that. No, I just think we're going to need to see the data, and it can go in many different directions. The inflation data and the employment data, and we're going to make a judgment based on all of the data and based on that balance of risks analysis that I mentioned.
Thank you.
Greg, Rob, for the last question.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. The Treasury Secretary has said recently that it would be confusing for the markets if you stayed on as a governor after your term as chair ends. And I was wondering if you had any update for us on a decision on that front.
Sorry, I do not have any update for you. Thanks very much, everyone.
Wow, look at that. 315. 315. Alrighty, folks. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jerome Powell. Alright. The event has ended. Now we are back to our intraday market chart. Thank you for watching the Jerome Powell conference with us. That has been a crazy, crazy dump since 225 into 305. That was really fun, guys. That was really fun. Thanks for being here. That was amazing. Do everything together. Right, 315. What I personally think, right, is I think there might be some sort of a bear burn here with like 0 DTE, right, data or something. And then maybe with Lotto after 3, we go clear the divergence and then set a LOD because the environment is bearish, right? And then we close from the LOD into 4 p.m. But that's a speculation. All I'm saying is the MACD is bullish. We've been saying it's bullish since 310. We've been saying right here 3 to 305, 3 to 305. There's a difference. They could form some sort of a bear trap with that. I said that in the WhatsApp group. I also said that there's a divergence on the floor. But yeah, our thinking, or my thinking in the group, is that they might have some sort of a 0 DT put. I don't know, theta gaming a little bit, and then go for floor later. But that does not mean that we don't go now. Right, 315. MACD is slowly pushing back off of 315. Let's see what happens at the 320. 320. Wow, big red candle coming. Big red candle coming. Off of 215. So somebody in chat shorted. Somebody in chat shorted off that. I think it was Venkat. He said it will trap these bulls at 315. He shorted that, and look at that one candle back to the midpoint of this little bounce. So big payout in 1 minute, one single minute. 315 though into 320. Time is 320, 315 to 320, and there may be some sort of bounce here because the MACD volume is still bullish. So if there is a bounce, it would be best safe exit at 317, right? This could be a best safe exit for puts at 317. So for now, I'm going to say 317 is best safe exit for puts from 315. showing, because that is one cycle. This is I'm literally telling you, the only reason why I know this is because I've been through this and like I've experienced it before. But if you short right here, right, and you get that right, you leave into a big red candle, because why? If they revert at 315, 317 into 320, right, and 320 is up here, 3 minutes later, it's going to be already up here. You know what I'm saying? So technically speaking, they bounced at 317, signifying 320, but like 2 or 3 minutes before, if that makes sense. Because we rejected off of 315, 314, right? Reject that off of 314. We're going to look at this in the XPX chart so that we could practice what we've been practicing yesterday and the day before. The low of the 317 candle stands as what? The low of the 315 candle. So if that candle breaks, then we go lower into 320. If this candle holds right now and then we bounce into 320, then you're going to see a 5-minute candle form that's above 315. So let's see. But this is lotto time coming up after the FOMC dump. Lotto time's coming up. There's a divergence on the floor. Let's see what happens into 320 itself. 325. Looking like we're trying to break the low of the 317 candle, right? But however, until that candle breaks, it did not break. There is 4 minutes left in this 5-minute candle, so we will see live as they draw the picture what the picture looks like. But this is what I've been telling people to practice. This is what I show people too when they call me for one-on-ones on Discord or whatever, or people have asked me for one-on-ones, and I've done it with like about 15, 20 people. Basically, you're comparing the 1-minute candle into the 5-minute candle, and you're reading, right? The bottom of the 5-minute candle represents 1-minute candle here, the cycle is blah, blah, blah. So, right, time is 320, right? And the bounce stood at 317, right? You see what I'm saying? Time is 320, and look where the bounce is. Down here is 317. So, let's say, right, you were in puts at 314, right? You got the 314 puts here, right? You made money. 315 rejection into 320, right? And then at the bottom of 317, let's say you did not leave puts. You get what I'm saying? You are holding puts into 320. Now that it's 320, right, humanly, psychologically, you're going to be thinking, oh, I wish my money to come back. Oh, I wish my contract's going to come back. But like the thing is, this is how they make you think like that, and this is how they make you hope on stuff like that. But the thing is, the chart, the time confirmation itself, literally just doing this will allow you to deduct through that and like see what's going on a lot better than people that are not trying, right? So this is a 320 bounce, and then a big red candle is coming, right? And this candle closes in 2-3 minutes. So let's see what happens together live on this 5-minute candle, okay? Let's just see together. We don't know what's going to happen. Sean said, I'm done for the day. Up 400 from negative 800. See y'all tomorrow. I'm so happy for you, man. And God bless you. And people that are coming back tomorrow and the day after that, hope to see you guys soon. And I'm very glad that we met each other, because this is amazing. We're going lower into 320, right? Time is 322. You see how 317 candle broke now, right? So the 317 is no longer a best safe exit. Somewhere here is time is 320. Time is 320, right? So the 317 candle low broke, candle is 320, and we're going lower into 320 itself. It's going to be 325 right now. This is basically standing as 325, right? But the 5-minute candle is 320, right? This is actually a really good practice. We'll do it like this, right? Looking at SPX, looking at SPY. Because there's no streamer out there, or there's no YouTuber out there that is doing this the way, you know, I'm explaining it with the 1 minute and the 5 minute. But if you can master this, you will be the master of cycle, and you will be the master of time. Because they show you, they think, they make you think, they show you, and then literally the deduction is made when the low of the 317 candle breaks, right? I can't even talk. The low of the 317 candle breaks, you go in short. Into the next time confirmation is 325, right? So somewhere here is best safe exit, right? If I was in and I entered, I would have left in 1 minute. I'm not gonna front if I'm in for 2K, maybe 1 minute, but 1K you could hold for 10 minutes and see what happens. Well, like, yeah, this is how you make like real straight, pure moves. Like 320, 335. I can't even talk. 235. The big candle came in and I said dump. And I left somewhere here. But yeah, that was so much more money missed. So much more money missed. And then scalp for a tiny bit when they broke down here again, but still. This is 317 candle breaking. This is 325 bounce trying. So this is the 324, right? This is the bottom of the 324 candle right here. That makes sense for now. 324. Let's go look at QQQ real quick. People said IWM is dumping hard. IWM is losing it. Losing herself today. Time is 3:25. This is still in a bull trend because even though the candles show us this, right? This low never broke. But because the time is 3:25 and 3:30 Robinhood is going to close, I'm thinking 3:30 and we burn them bears, Robinhood, and then at 3:30 we go south or something, or after 3:30 we go south with cycle and time, break the divergence, and then revert up. We also don't have to do it like that exactly either. Right, but as time nears 4, there are less and less time checkpoints. 3:30, 1, 3:35, 2, 3:40, 3, 3:45, 4, 3:55, 3:55, 6. 6 checkpoints left. Or 5, however you look at it. Going lower, it looks like to the floor. Do they really go right now into 3:30 is the question though. A real interesting chart. Time is 3:25. Time is 3:25. They're showing that they want to break the floor now, not later. But I'm not trading right now, so I'll watch. I'm at the bathroom for 2 minutes. Time is 3:27. We are not doing anything. 3:30 is here. Robinhood options close time. Robinhood trap options close time. Robin Hood out of the money, 0 DTE, puts and calls, close time, trap time. Let's see what happens here. Time is 3:30. We have 164 people here. Thank you all for being here. God bless you. Hope you all did good today. And if you guys can all hit the like button before you head out today, that would also help out. So thank you all very much. Today was an amazing day. FOMC, a rate cut decision at 2 p.m. No rate cut decision. We pumped up basically to make it look like we were gonna go to the 9:30 previous HOD, right? It's 570 something, and then we dumped like crazy off at 335. At 336, I called out possible dump. I literally said dump at 336 at the bottom of that. I did not know it was gonna sell like that, right? But I mean, what do we say, right? I literally said at the top, if we lose the 2 p.m. level like that, then it's just gonna go. If we lose this level, 2 p.m. level like that, right? I literally said we're just gonna go, right? And then at 2:45 we retested, went lower. At 2:50 we broke the previous day 4 p.m. At 2:55 we went up and retested the 4 p.m. close. That's when I was drawing the QQQ crap, and I told people in my group, and I told you guys live, 2:55 retested. This might be a dump into 3, right? And the moment I said that was somewhere here, and they were already gone. So at the end of the day, what a day. Time is 3:30. Time is 3:30. Divergence has not cleared. They're holding the divergence on the floor. The setup might have been to dump because of yesterday and Monday too, but we can't lie, the bulls were winning from 230 to 235 at the minimum, right? Because they broke out above 2, so the only thing was people had to leave up there, which is hard to do. And 330 bounce coming. Time is 3:31. 330 bounce into. Time is 3:31. What a bounce. What a bounce. The floor is holding. You guys can clearly see the floor is holding. I don't know, maybe they're going long into 335, maybe they're faking and this is 330 peak. We'll see. Time is 3:31, so 3:32 and then 3:33 comes out. Thank I said book profits and calls, holding only runner. Nice, man. Nice, nice, nice. This was my deduction though. We go up, burn puts, and then we do it after 3:30, but I did not know we were going to go from 3:15 to all the way down to 3:30, and then we don't break LOD at 3:30, and then we bounce at 3:30. So, and the market changes constantly. The best thing you could do is literally learn how to read the 1-minute candle into the 5-minute candle and just start deducting as fast as you can. As soon as you can, and then never stop until you master it. You're close to it. It's a 3:30 rejection. 3:30 rejection. Candles are pretty big. It might break off the floor here. I'm gonna go in for SPX maybe, but it might be way too early. So I'll just wait a little bit. Time is only 3:35, so it's a lot of time left. no short showing. See what happens to 335. The MACD and volume is bullish. This is with no cycle confirmation shorting, so possibility to run up still into 335, 340. Damn. Am I going? Damn, that shit went so fast. 620 to 720, bro. Oh, okay, now it's back. Yeah, it's. I don't know. Chasers might get hurt here. They're spiking down, spiking up. So getting people involved until 335, 340 maybe. Maybe this is the put data burn. The SPX. Time is 335. 330 rejection into 335. Could be fake to go higher into 340, 345. And then we get a mother of all new candles at the end. I don't know. We'll see. They're fighting like crazy. But going into 0 DT puts at the end, SPX chasing at the end like that might kill you. Cycle it's tight, so there's a lot of places to mess up on, basically. Time is 335, and 335 is deciding what to do. You have to go lower into 340 or what? Or higher into 340. Something like this. Into 340 or something like this into 340, we'll see. And then we'll see what happens from 340 into 345. This is technically no confirmation shorting from 330, so MACD volume coming in bullish. QQQ trying to break the high of the 330 candle. Time is 335. So maybe this is the confirmation to short, maybe this is the confirmation to go higher. Oh. I'm going right now. $615. I'm gonna try to leave at 710. It's already at 700 almost. 690. Okay, I'm gonna leave at 6. I'm gonna leave at 690. I'm out. I'm out. I was fucking waiting for that. Whoa. Wow. I was eyeing that put though. You saw me? I was eyeing that shit. That went to 5.8. I wanted to buy it. I missed it. I got it at 615. 620 fell. Holy shit. Lotto is actually south maybe right now. Crazy spike coming. Possibility is there. Time is 340. Or there's another floor trap. Damn, that shit is at 850 now. Holy fuck. It's gonna play both sides and then do it, or it will do it. I'm talking about divergence clear on the floor. I literally told you that's the confirmation to short, right? That's the confirmation to short into 340, but the 340 did not break the LOD. At 335, what happened? Decided to go lower into 340, right? And now that we're at 340, it's deciding what to do at 340 into 340. Time is 338, so that's why I'm saying 340 still. I mean, I would not be surprised if this shit spikes crazy. I'm no longer going in anymore, but the SPX put that I was eyeing was at 6, 5.8, and then went to 7, you know what I mean? And now it's at 8.4, flickering between 8.4 and 7 and some shit, so I don't want to take the risk anymore. If you held from there, yeah, sure. But I did not know that we're going to go clear divergence now. All I was saying was we go lower into 340, and then this could be floor hope, so. Possibility is there. This was the confirmation to short. This was the confirmation to short. Possibility is there, but that is also slightly hoping. That is also hoping for the floor. Damn, they're going. LOD coming. LOD is here. Looks like. It's too late for people to go in. But you know what I mean? Like if they went in at 335, if they went in at 335, they're fine now, but they can't chase now because they're gonna get killed. The floor did not break at 340. There's a crazy game going on now at the floor. And this is another floor hope basically at 340. Bear trapping. Bear trapping floor. 34. Wow, that put went from 850 to 530 in an instant. That is crazy. Crazy fast. So fast. The market sold off a lot. $3, 0.5% on SPY. 0.5% on QQQ as well. $3.20. Time is 340 bounce into 340, and 340 rejection is coming. 340 bounce into 340, and 340 rejection is coming. Crazy how this works. Let's see if we get a floor break into the close. God damn, that put us at $1,000 now. Oh my god, 900. Holy crap. People are going in crazy. People are going in crazy. Wild. some mad millionaire is shorting every bounce on the SPX and leaving every single cycle. Some mad millionaire is shorting every single bounce and leaving on every single cycle, right? Because the floor is not breaking, but that's just getting spiked to 1K every time, so it's crazy. Somebody just went from 570 to like 900 in 2 minutes. Because crazy new candles coming in. New candles coming in north, new candles coming in south. It's complete lotto. I'm pretty sure we're gonna break 631.55 before, the day. So in 10 minutes. QQQ would have to drop low, but yeah. That would be divergence clear because the environment is bearish today, so more likely than not I think that's gonna happen, but there's a lot of bears down here, so man, who enjoyed the guys, who enjoyed the FOMC live stream today? If you did, please type I or me or something. Because next time we'll do the same thing. That was pretty great to see the live stream and the conference live. And to deduct through the market live as he was talking. That was the first time I ever tried. Captain Chaotic said I did. Yeah, I'm glad you did, bro. That's amazing. Yeah, I have some friends that said they like that too. So, oh my, what a bear burn. 345. 345 bounce at 343. 345 bounce at 345. On QQQ. Into 345 itself. So 345 bounce at 345 itself. 40 is down here. 40 is down here. That is crazy how they showed a green candle and then a red candle, did not break the floor, but then they nuked it after. That is wild. Unbelievable. Maybe it was a lotto bear trap, but yeah, we'll see what happens in 5 minutes. Sorry, 10 minutes. There's still a lot of time. 10 minutes of 1 minute candles can do a lot of things. I don't know about a buyback theory, because the MACD is slightly still too bearish. But maybe let the thing bounce and then one final ride down to not break the LOD. It might be a possibility. They're trying to show north. There they are. But we sold wild today. This is 350. 345 down here, 345 down here, 350 up here. So there's 355, and then there's 4 p.m. So after Robinhood close was puts, and then it was leave, and then it was calls. Even though this weird candle made it look This weird candle probably got more people involved puts and then killed them. They're flying. The contracts are flying, I mean. The put and call contracts go up and down like crazy. Okay, we're gonna go look at SPX into close. It's 340 pounds into 345, right? This is the pivot point. This is the pivot point. Sorry. This is the pivot point. Wind is north from here to here. Wind is south from here to here. And we're about to see what happens into close. Time is 3:50 now. Maybe this is a bear burn into close, but you know, there could be because the reason why they did from 3:15 rejection to 3:30, right, is maybe they got people to go in puts, and then they burn him into 4 p.m. is a possibility too. So just know that. But this is still standing from 3:05, right? The wind is north or neutral from 3:05 until it's not. So this is 3:50. Looking like Colorado, to be honest. But time is destination time. 3:30, 3:50. So literally one candle. You could play one candle. You could have gotten out and play. It's just now that is 3:50. There's 3:55 and then 4 p.m. So there's about 9 minutes left. We either close. Alright, this should not be here. We either close in between the two pivot points somewhere here, or we somehow run down in 9 minutes, break the LOD with QQQ, and then clear the divergence, and then revert into 4. But now the possibilities, right? The percentages are saying we're more likely than not going to close up here because of the MACD. But like again, anything could happen. They're showing us everything and anything. So let's see. Anything could happen in 9 minutes, 8 minutes. Time is 3:50. Rejection possibly trying. Literally 3:50 though, like 3:55, and there's not enough time. And then 4 p.m. So 3:59 will stand as 3:55. However, this is more bullish than bearish. This is burning people at the floor. This is a what? Floor hope. This is a what? Floor hope. This is a what? Floor hope. So burning them. Burning them for now. In 10 minutes. 5 minutes. 10, 5 minutes. Time is 3:52. Time is 3:52. They're trying to push down from 350. Trying to push down from 350, but there's only 354. 355, 356, 357, and 358, and 359. So 6 minutes left until the 355 checkpoint comes in, and then it's 4 p.m. So I don't know about a dump. I don't think we can dump. But no dump, I think. I think the lotto was short, and then 330 short, and then let them do whatever the hell they want here, and then long after 345 at some point into 350, and then now it's 355, right? So if it doesn't go south, then we run up. We're gonna run up, but like, yeah, something might happen here. 5-minute candle, volume dying bearish, right? So a run up is a possibility, but I would not count on it. Time is 3:55. Time is 3:55. 350 up here, 355 even higher, 345 right here, 345 over here, 350 higher, and 355 even higher, right? Because bear trap people here, bear trap people here. We are at previous day 4 p.m. close. That's absolutely wild on QQQ. You see that? We hit that twice almost. We did hit it twice, but yeah. Holy crap. Okay. Time is 3:55. Best to just let it go. Best to watch. We're looking at this in the 5-minute candle now. 3:55. There's 4 minutes left until 3:59. Every push has been denied. Every push down has been denied. So this could be a little red to go higher a little bit too. Into 4 p.m. 3:59 is a possibility of 4 p.m. We don't have to clear the divergence on the floor. They use the divergence to make people hope, just like they use indicators and price levels and biases and experiences or whatever the hell they rely on to make people hope. Time is 3. This is still 3:55. This is still 3:55. 3:55 is higher than 350, right? On the SPX 5-minute candle showing. So maybe a little bit of a buyback. Somewhere here it's going to close is a possibility as well. Time is 3:56. 3:57, 3:58, 3:59 is coming in. That push up north. 3:57 time is still 3:55. This whole entire candle into 4 p.m. is going to be 3:55, but still. MACD coming in bullish. So maybe people are traded just straight off the MACD. Look at the MACD going in bullish. So this is a lotto call into close. Lotto call into close. And maybe best safe exit right now at 3:57 or 3:59 is a possibility. It's a lotto into close. It was not a divergence clear. It was to make people hope on that. Trap, 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 and then run. Time is 3:57. So we're definitely closing with the divergence. I just don't know how it's going to close into 3:58, 3:59, and then 4. The push came though after 350 itself. Right? The push came. Time is 3:58. They're gonna close it here. Looks like this is the end. GG's. If we do, that's it. But I hope you guys all had a great day today. Thank you all for being here. This is Best Buy Live Trading, and hope to see you guys soon. Let's see how this closes. Right below VWAP. Right below VWAP. Pretty incredible how they bought it back in the last 20 minutes. This is gonna be the close. We'll see. It's gonna be incredible. Time is 3:59, closing in 34 seconds. So it's not a bad buyback from 6:31 to 6:34. Like one hell of a rip down, right? And then they let them do their thing and trap people, and then this is a nice call ride up. Nice call ride up. That was literally a lot of. Okay. Wow. Let's look at the intraday chart for SPY. Closed. Right? What do I say, right? There's always a LOD, there's always a HOD, and there's nothing to worry about as long as we have the power of deduction, as long as we have each other, and as long as we have, confidence in ourselves. But, alright, have a good day, everybody. Thank you all for being here. Good ending. Okay, hope you guys printed money. Going south, going north, going everything. Kinda stay safe.